what the universe does to rare souls before sending them the right person. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. For rare souls, this journey often feels longer and lonelier, especially when it comes to love. But what if the universe is not withholding the right person from you, but preparing you for them? Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore what the universe does to rare souls before aligning them with the right connection, a love that transcends the ordinary. Do you feel like you've been tested in love? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story might resonate with someone walking the same path. 1. Solitude is preparation, not punishment. Rare souls feel unseen in love, not because they are lacking, but because they carry within them a refusal to settle for what is shallow and fleeting. And this resistance is both their challenge and their gift. The universe understands the depth of their longing and the clarity of their vision, so it does not hand them quick companionship or superficial bonds to ease their temporary loneliness. Instead, it gives them solitude, which feels at times like silence, distance, and waiting, but is in truth the highest form of preparation. This solitude is not punishment. It is refinement, a necessary filter that strips away illusions, heals the wounds of old patterns, and teaches the soul to distinguish between conditioned desires and its truest longings. In the language of spirituality, solitude is the furnace where the raw metal of the self is transformed into something enduring, something that can hold love without breaking. In the path of spiritual awakening, this stage cannot be avoided, for only through it does the soul learn the sacred difference between being alone and being lonely. During this season, the rare soul begins to see clearly that modern culture often mistakes attachment for love, validation for intimacy, and convenience for destiny. Social media floods us with images of couples and commitments, tempting us to measure our worth against timelines that were never meant for us. Yet this solitude is the universe's protection, ensuring that we do not enter partnerships that mirror our wounds instead of healing them. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Solitude is the mirror that makes the unconscious visible. It forces you to confront the shadows you once avoided, to sit with the ache of your unmet needs, and to grow strong enough to no longer seek completion outside yourself. It is a sacred silence in which you learn that being whole is not about another person filling your emptiness, but about discovering your fullness within. This refinement is not gentle. It can feel like fire. You may wonder why love seems to come easily for others while you remain waiting. But the truth is that your path requires greater patience because your love will carry greater depth. Diamonds form under pressure, pearls are born from irritation, and strong souls are forged in solitude. Without this process, many confuse temporary chemistry with lasting connection, repeating cycles of heartbreak because they never pause long enough to awaken. For the rare soul, solitude interrupts this cycle. It teaches you to recognize red flags without ignoring them, to value emotional resonance over external appearances, and to trust your intuition as the true compass. In this way, solitude becomes your teacher, guiding you toward a love that transcends mere compatibility and awakens something eternal. In modern life, this preparation can feel unbearable. but it is the very soil in which your destiny is planted. Each moment of solitude is a seed sown in silence that will bloom in divine timing. You are learning to hold conversations with your inner world, to align with your highest values, to heal generational wounds, and to establish boundaries that protect your spirit. This is the unseen work that prepares you not only to receive the right person, but also to keep them. Love without preparation is fragile, but love born out of solitude is rooted, stable, and radiant. Jung's wisdom reminds us that a relationship is not simply two people meeting. It is two souls carrying their inner worlds to each other. And for rare souls, that inner world must first be cultivated through solitude. So solitude becomes your silent ally. It whispers to you in the stillness that you are not behind, that divine timing cannot be rushed, that every moment spent in self-discovery is shaping you into the kind of partner who can love without fear and be loved without losing yourself. It is not a waiting room where nothing happens, but a sacred chamber where everything essential is unfolding. The universe, in its mysterious design, delays what you desire so that you may grow into who you were always meant to be. And when the right person arrives, they will not only meet you, but also recognize the rare soul you have become, refined by solitude, awakened by silence, and ready for a love that reflects the truth of your being. Have you ever experienced a season of solitude that felt like preparation rather than punishment? If so, share your story in the comments below so we can inspire one another. And if not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to show your openness to this powerful journey. 2. The first test, radical solitude. This imposed solitude is not simply an empty stretch of time. It is a sacred initiation that forces rare souls to separate the shallow ache of loneliness from the deeper wisdom of self-connection. At first, it feels like abandonment, as if the universe has withdrawn love and left you suspended in silence. But in truth, it is teaching you to recognize your own energetic frequency and to stop shrinking yourself in order to fit into relationships that cannot hold your depth. Carl Jung said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And this test of solitude makes that statement real. It strips away the illusion that companionship alone can fill the void, showing instead that the only true remedy for emptiness is learning to inhabit your own presence with reverence and strength. When you are kept apart from lesser connections, you begin to see clearly how often you once settled for less than your worth. Solitude reveals the quiet places where you compromised your values, where you ignored your intuition, where you traded authenticity for temporary comfort. It challenges you to end this cycle by teaching you that love is not about escaping yourself, but about returning to yourself. Spiritual awakening begins here, in the silence of radical solitude, where you realize that being alone is not the same as being lonely. It is in this stillness that you tune into your unique vibration, a frequency that is rare and unrepeatable. And it is only by recognizing and protecting this vibration that you will ever be prepared to welcome the right person without losing yourself again. Carl Jung also reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this privilege unfolds most powerfully in solitude. Like an instrument being tuned, Your soul requires stillness to find harmony. Without this tuning, relationships become discordant, repeating old patterns of chaos and disconnection. But when you endure solitude with patience and intention, you refine your frequency so that when the right soul finally enters, the connection is not ordinary but transcendent, resonating with the intelligent spiritual wisdom of the universe itself. Modern life resists this lesson, distracting you with constant noise, shallow attention, and temporary bonds, making solitude feel unbearable. Yet what feels unbearable is actually the birthplace of your highest strength. It is in this space that you confront your thoughts, your fears, your shadows, and your desires. You meet the parts of yourself you once ignored, and you discover what must be healed before love can truly flourish. Solitude becomes the teacher that shows you how to trust yourself, how to nurture your creativity, how to develop clarity of mind, and how to awaken your inner intelligence so you are no longer dependent on another's presence for wholeness. This is the alchemy of solitude, transforming emptiness into richness, silence into wisdom, and waiting into preparation. When you embrace it, you no longer see it as a void, but as the soil in which your spirit grows, roots deep enough to withstand the storms of love and life. The universe does not give this test to everyone, only to rare souls who carry within them a destiny that demands purity, strength, and unwavering authenticity. If you are in such a season now, know that you are not being punished, but prepared. Every moment spent in solitude is shaping you into a vessel capable of holding a love that matches your depth. You are learning to carry your own light so powerfully that when the right person arrives, they do not complete you, but join you, resonating with your frequency because you have already learned to stand fully in it. In this way, solitude ceases to be exile and becomes initiation, the first great step of the universe in guiding rare souls toward a love that transcends the ordinary and awakens the extraordinary. 3. The second test, the false twin flame. The second test the universe places before rare souls is the arrival of the false twin flame, someone who feels almost destined, profoundly familiar, and cosmically aligned. Yet in truth, they are not the true partner, but a reflection of the unconscious. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this encounter proves the wisdom of his words. What you meet in the false twin flame is not genuine intimacy, but the mirror of your deepest projections, your longings, wounds, and unhealed shadows cast onto another person who seems to embody all that you desire. The connection feels magnetic because it is your own energy echoing back, disguised in human form, and in this reflection, the universe is asking you to see yourself more clearly. The challenge is to recognize the difference between real love and projection, between a bond that embraces your whole being and one that only accepts fragments of you. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual development, this moment is crucial, for it demands discernment and courage. A false twin flame might awaken intense emotions and feel like destiny, but beneath the passion lies incompleteness. They cannot hold all of you, only the parts that align with your unconscious needs or their own limitations. The universe uses this test not to punish you, but to train your soul to refuse half-formed love. For rare souls are not meant to settle for connections that only see them halfway. Through this test, you are refined, much like marble in the hands of a sculptor, chipped away until your truest essence can emerge. By facing the mirror of projection, you uncover your hidden patterns, your deepest vulnerabilities, and your unseen desires. The universe sharpens your inner vision so that when the right person appears, you will not confuse projection for presence. Jung observed that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The false twin flame may ignite sparks, but it is the true partner who brings transformation rooted in truth rather than illusion. If you find yourself in a connection that feels irresistible yet unstable, ask yourself whether this love invites wholeness or traps you in repetition. True love will never demand you to shrink, suppress, or divide yourself. It will not only mirror your light, but also embrace your shadows with compassion. The second test calls you to release the illusion of incomplete love, to resist the pull of projection, and to trust that something deeper awaits. When you refuse to settle, you show the universe that you are prepared for the one who can stand beside you in truth. The lesson is profound. Discernment is the guardian of love. The universe tests rare souls more severely because they are destined for deeper unions, and only those who pass through the fire of projection can carry the strength to receive love in its fullness. The false twin flame is not your ending, but your preparation, teaching you to separate infatuation from intimacy, shadow from substance, illusion from reality. When you endure this trial with patience, clarity, and integrity, you prove yourself ready for the true partner who will not complete you, but who will join you in a union where both souls are already whole. If you've ever faced the test of a false twin flame, share your experience in the comments so others can learn from your journey. And if you're ready to welcome the right connection, comment below. I trust the universe's timing. 4. The third test. Self-sabotage when love arrives. When love begins to enter the life of a rare soul, it does not come wrapped in ease, but often in resistance. For Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These unconscious wounds surface as walls the moment true love appears. Rare souls, shaped by betrayal and disappointment, instinctively doubt, push away, or test the very person they have long prayed for, sabotaging the blessing before it can take root. Suffering has become so familiar that joy feels dangerous, and intimacy feels like a risk too heavy to trust. What looks like discernment is often fear, cloaked as wisdom. What seems like strength is sometimes only a defense against being vulnerable. This pattern of self-sabotage is not foolishness, but a reflection of the deep battle between longing and fear. On one side is the yearning for profound, authentic love. On the other is the terror of being broken again. In today's world, this shows up in ways that feel almost ordinary. Doubting the kindness of someone who genuinely cares, ghosting someone you secretly like just to see if they chase, setting impossibly high standards not because they matter, but because you fear being truly seen. These actions create distance, all while pretending to be noble caution. Yet this is the third test the universe places before rare souls. Can you allow yourself to receive healthy love? Or will you cling to your patterns until they drive away the very thing you desire? Spiritual awakening is not only about meditation, rituals, or sacred knowledge. It is about the courage to soften when every instinct wants to harden, to lean into trust when every wound whispers retreat. Jung taught that where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling, reminding us that true wisdom is the balance, the alignment of mind and heart that welcomes love with clarity rather than suspicion. To meet love with constant testing is to keep replaying old pain, but to meet love with openness is to step into transformation. The universe uses this phase to refine rare souls, not to punish them, but to stretch them beyond their fear of intimacy. Every time you push away someone who mirrors health and kindness, you are shown how much you still cling to the safety of suffering. Every time you sabotage connection out of mistrust, you are reminded that discernment without trust becomes a prison. But the universe does not send the right person to watch you destroy love with your past. It offers this test so you can recognize fear in disguise, rise above old defenses, and finally allow yourself to be loved without sabotage. The path forward is learning to notice your patterns with honesty and tenderness. When you catch yourself doubting every word, ask if it is wisdom or fear speaking. When you are tempted to test, ask if it is the truth or doubt you are seeking. To receive love is to admit that not every story ends in pain, that joy can be trusted, and that intimacy can be safe. This is the spiritual growth that turns awakening into wholeness. Passing this test means understanding that love is not a trap, but a liberation, and that the right person is not here to harm you, but to walk with you in strength, in wisdom, and in freedom. 5. The fourth test, vibrational recalibration. The fourth test the universe gives to rare souls before sending them the right person is vibrational recalibration, a complete reorientation of energy that strips away outdated identities, roles, and environments that no longer match the frequency of the life and love you are destined for. At certain points in your journey, people you once resonated with begin to fall away. Friendships that felt safe suddenly feel suffocating, and even the stories you once told yourself about who you are start to collapse. This is not cruelty, but preparation, because Carl Jung reminded us through his idea of individuation that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To individuate is to shed illusions, even those that secretly inflate the ego, such as believing that being misunderstood makes you more worthy. The universe does not allow illusions to cross into a sacred union, because only authenticity can sustain love built on truth. Vibrational recalibration demands that you let go of identities that once gave comfort but now block your expansion. Think of it as a software upgrade. The old code may have worked for a while, but it cannot run the new programs your soul is ready for. Many resist because the release of roles like the victim or the misunderstood one feels like death. But in reality, it is renewal. It is the pruning of dead branches so new growth can flourish. Søren Kierkegaard once said, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." And this process is exactly that. Only by surrendering the past can you step into the future your soul longs for. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation is radical honesty, requiring you to face the stories you repeat to yourself. I am unseen. I am always the victim. I am different, therefore special. These narratives may once have protected you, but they also kept you cycling in pain. Spiritual intelligence lies in realizing that clinging to suffering does not make you valuable. True worth is born when you embody authenticity without the need for victimhood. In modern life, this looks like walking away from environments that drain you, refusing to stay in relationships that demand you betray yourself, and no longer needing to broadcast wounds for validation because you understand that healing is a private, sacred act. This recalibration opens the space to attract love that resonates with your true frequency. Energy always seeks resonance, and if you continue holding on to old wounds, you will draw partners who mirror them back. But when you release outdated narratives, you magnetize someone who recognizes your wholeness instead of your brokenness. This is why the universe seems to delay love for rare souls. It is not denial, but refinement, ensuring that when love arrives, it is no longer another painful lesson, but a true meeting of equals. Through this process, you learn to stop mistaking intensity for intimacy, to stop equating chaos with depth, and to embrace the quiet constancy of love that is both deep and steady. The emptiness you feel during this stage is not punishment, but clearing, making space for alignment. The fading friendships, dissolving identities, and louder silences are all proof that the universe is preparing you. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Vibrational recalibration is the way fate becomes conscious choice, and choice becomes sacred love. The right person will not come to rescue an outdated version of you. They will arrive to meet the soul who had the courage to become fully authentic, and only then will you realize why this test was necessary. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with my highest vibration," to affirm your readiness for true love and spiritual growth. 6. The final test. Surrender the need for love. The universe's final test is not punishment, but transformation. And it asks you to stop chasing love as if it were something missing, and instead to embody it as who you are. For rare souls who have walked the difficult road of self-discovery and spiritual awakening, this step is about becoming whole without external validation. Carl Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. In this awakening, you realize that love is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And when you begin to live as love itself, you no longer seek a partner to complete you. You radiate a presence that calls forth what truly matches your soul. This is not indifference or apathy. It is alignment. To detach from the hunger for love is not to shut yourself off, but to rise above the old patterns that once chained you. Spiritual development means standing in the fullness of your being, already whole, already loved, already chosen by the very source of life. The frequency you carry becomes your prayer, and the universe responds by bringing a mirror, not to your wounds, but to your strength. This is vibrational congruence, the profound truth that once you no longer need love, the right love arrives. It is not a love born of lack or fear, but of recognition, a connection between two souls who walk side by side, whole to whole, reflecting one another's growth and depth. As you reach this place, something powerful begins to unfold. The people who once drained your energy quietly fall away, and the karmic bonds that once entangled you dissolve. In their place appears someone who does not come to fix your brokenness, but to honor your completeness. Someone who resonates with the love you already carry. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And who you truly are is not a seeker waiting to be found, but the living embodiment of love itself. To surrender the need for love is to embrace the highest state of spirituality, where your very being is love, where your wholeness is no longer negotiable. The lesson the universe weaves through this final test is simple yet profound. Release the timeline. Release the attachment. Release the idea that love exists outside of you. Love was never withheld. It was always being cultivated within you, so that when it finally arrives in human form, it is not a savior you meet, but an equal. The test is not to prove yourself worthy of love, but to remember that you were never incomplete. By surrendering the need for love, you step into the truth that you are in love. And from that truth, the universe sends you someone who doesn't fill your emptiness, but amplifies your fullness. This is the sacred paradox reserved for rare souls. Only by letting go of the need do you finally receive the love that was always meant for you. 7. The arrival of soul-level partnership. Once all the tests of solitude, longing, and inner refinement are passed, true partnership arrives not with chaos, but with calm recognition, like two long-lost travelers meeting on the same path. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is exactly what happens when the universe finally sends the right person to a rare soul. This love is not an obsession, nor is it about sacrificing your identity for the sake of union. Instead, it is peace wrapped in presence, freedom built on trust, and authenticity born from maturity. It is the kind of connection where both individuals can stand tall as whole beings, yet grow even more expansive together, celebrating each other's essence without fear of losing themselves. This partnership is marked not by drama, but by serenity. In a society that often mistakes turbulence for passion, rare souls discover that the deepest intensity comes through calm steadiness, through the quiet power of being seen, known, and accepted without conditions. Spirituality teaches us that when two awakened beings meet, there is no need for control, manipulation, or endless games. Instead, love becomes a sanctuary, a sacred space where both can rest, create, and thrive. Spiritual awakening prepares you for this by stripping away illusions of desperate attachment and showing you that authentic love exists where freedom and devotion walk hand in hand. In daily life, this reveals itself through respect for each other's individuality, the courage to grow side by side, and the ability to disagree without destruction. Psychological maturity lies at the heart of such a relationship. Jung's idea of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself, becomes the foundation of a bond that is neither dependent nor fragile. Two people who have faced their shadows and embraced their light no longer project unhealed wounds onto one another. Instead, they act as mirrors reflecting back strength, wisdom, and truth. Think of it like two instruments tuned in harmony, creating a melody that is powerful not because it is loud, but because it resonates with clarity. In modern terms, this looks like partners who support each other's dreams without envy, communicate openly without fear, and hold space for each other's transformation without judgment. True freedom in love is not the absence of commitment, but the presence of trust. It is knowing you do not need to hold tightly to prevent loss, because love rooted in authenticity cannot be stolen or diminished. Just as a bird sings most beautifully when free, love flourishes when both partners feel unchained and supported in their highest expression. This balance between closeness and individuality, presence and space, is what gives the relationship its strength and grace. And through this balance, both discover that love is not about filling emptiness, but about expanding abundance. The universe delivers this kind of connection only after it has refined a rare soul to embody truth, strength, and clarity. What emerges is not a fantasy, but a sacred partnership that uplifts, liberates, and transforms. It is expansion instead of limitation, truth instead of illusion, and wholeness instead of dependency. You are not meant to disappear into love, but to uncover deeper layers of yourself through it. The universe teaches you that peace is passion, freedom is devotion, and growth is the truest expression of love. This is the essence of a soul-level partnership, not a prize for waiting, but the natural result of becoming whole and awakened within yourself, so that when the right person arrives, you can meet them not as half, but as complete. And so, the universe's way of shaping rare souls is not punishment, it is preparation for a love that reflects the depth of who you truly are. If this message spoke to you, take a moment to reflect on your own journey and the wisdom it carries. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight and guidance for your path. When home becomes a sanctuary. The psychology of staying in, explained by Carl Jung. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart, Carl Jung once said, reminding us that the spaces we choose, especially our homes, reflect the deepest parts of our inner world. In today's video, when home becomes a sanctuary, the psychology of staying in, we'll explore why some people feel most alive, most grounded, and most themselves when they are in the quiet comfort of their own space. On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive into the deeper meaning behind everyday behaviors. And today, you'll discover how staying at home can be a powerful form of self-connection, emotional healing, and spiritual growth. Before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Do you feel more energized at home or outside? And why? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story might inspire someone who feels the same way. 1. Inner peace over outer noise. People who prefer staying at home are not avoiding life. They are choosing the kind of peace that the outside world often cannot give them. Because for souls with rich inner lives, silence is not emptiness, but nourishment. Their calm nature reflects a depth that is easy to misunderstand. And while society teaches that being constantly active, social, and visible is the sign of a meaningful life, Carl Jung reminds us that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens, meaning that some of the most profound growth happens in solitude, where the mind finally has the space to breathe. For these individuals, home becomes a sanctuary, not because they fear the world, but because stillness allows them to hear themselves clearly. It allows them to feel more grounded, more alive, and more connected to their intuition. And this internal connection is a powerful doorway to spirituality and spiritual awakening. They thrive in quiet environments because noise drains them, chaos distracts them, and constant stimulation forces them away from their true emotional rhythm. So the choice to stay in is actually a choice to protect their energy. This preference is rooted in discernment, not avoidance, because the inner world of a sensitive, intuitive person often carries layers of thoughts, reflections, and emotions that need space to unfold, and home provides the safest environment for that unfolding. When they sit in silence, they do not feel lonely. They feel aligned, and in that alignment, they are able to process experiences, understand themselves, and reconnect with parts of their soul that get ignored in the busyness of daily life. Their home becomes the space where the psyche reorganizes itself, where their nervous system resets, and where clarity rises naturally without force. Jung often described the inner chamber of the psyche as a sacred place. And for many people, staying in is simply the act of returning to that chamber. They may spend time reading, reflecting, creating, or simply existing quietly. But every moment spent in stillness becomes a way to strengthen their emotional foundation. As they embrace this lifestyle, they begin to notice that they function best when their environment is peaceful, intentional, and free from unnecessary noise, because chaos disrupts their focus and drains their emotional energy. Home gives them the rare gift of uninterrupted presence. It becomes the place where they access their intuition, where insights come without effort, and where their spiritual wisdom sharpens. For them, stillness is not passive. It is active healing. It is where they recognize their wounds, understand their patterns, and listen to the subtle messages of their unconscious mind. Through this process, they develop a stronger sense of self, a clearer emotional identity, and a deeper trust in their own inner guidance, all of which are essential parts of spiritual awakening. By choosing inner peace over outer noise, they are not stepping away from life. They are stepping closer to their truth. Solitude becomes the bridge between who they are and who they are becoming, and home becomes the sacred space where transformation is not something forced, but something that naturally unfolds, breath by breath, moment by moment. 2. Rich inner world and self-presence. When you prefer staying home, it is not because you lack excitement or drive, but because your inner world is already full, vivid, and alive in ways most people never fully understand. You carry within you a stream of quiet images, thoughts, and emotions that feel as real and nourishing as anything found outside. And this is what psychologists describe as a high internal self-presence, a state where your deepest satisfaction comes from inner experiences rather than external stimulation. You may find joy in the smallest details: a gentle breeze through your window, the sound of rain touching the roof, or the warmth of a drink resting in your hands. And these moments feel meaningful because you are deeply anchored in yourself. You live with a mind that does not need constant noise to feel awake, because your reflections, your observations, and your private moments hold a richness that many people overlook. When you sit in silence, your thoughts do not scare you. Instead, they guide you, comfort you, or help you understand your emotions on a deeper level. This is why home becomes more than four walls. It becomes a sanctuary where your heart can breathe, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where your soul naturally leans into healing, clarity, and spiritual development. Because your mind is active and sensitive, you find beauty in little things that others pass by without noticing. A ray of sunlight on the floor, the softness of a blanket, or the quiet hum of a familiar room can bring you a surprising sense of peace. These small moments reflect something important about you. You do not need big experiences to feel alive. Your inner world gives you meaning, and the gentle presence of your own thoughts brings a comfort that crowds, parties, or constant movement cannot match. You are someone who feels deeply, thinks deeply, and connects deeply, and the quiet of home gives your depth the room it needs to flourish. This way of living is not isolation, it is alignment. You are aligned with your natural rhythm, and you understand that your energy renews itself best when you are alone or in peaceful environments. Your intuition becomes clearer, your emotional awareness becomes sharper, and your sense of self becomes stronger. In this space, spirituality grows effortlessly because stillness allows your inner voice to rise. Here, you recognize your truth without outside pressure, and you learn to trust your inner cues, gradually shaping a more grounded, aware version of yourself. So when you choose home over noise, connection over distraction, depth over chaos, you are actually practicing a form of self-preservation and self-respect. Your inner world becomes your teacher. Your emotions become your compass. Your small joys become the reminders that life does not need to be loud to be meaningful. And as you remain present with yourself in these simple moments, you continue walking the quiet but powerful path of spiritual development, one that strengthens your clarity, deepens your emotional intelligence, and nurtures the sanctuary that has always lived within you. If this message about finding sanctuary within your own inner world speaks to you, repeat after me. My home is my sanctuary, and my inner world is my greatest source of peace. 3. Solitude as strength, not isolation. Solitude is not an escape from the world, but a return to yourself. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds you that the quiet space within your own mind is where your deepest transformation begins. When you choose solitude intentionally, you step into a state of awareness that loneliness can never offer, because loneliness is the feeling of being disconnected, while solitude is the act of reconnecting with your inner truth. And this difference matters more than people realize. In solitude, you are not hiding. You are listening to your emotions, your intuition, and the subtle signals your life has been trying to send you for years. Jung believed that the inner world is richer and more alive than most people ever dare to explore. And when you allow yourself to sit in silence, you begin to feel that richness rising inside you, guiding you back to a sense of wholeness you may have forgotten. As the philosopher Blaise Pascal once said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. And when you finally learn to do this, you discover that what felt like isolation was actually a doorway to clarity, strength, and emotional renewal. And the more time you spend in this intentional solitude, the more you realize that your home becomes a sanctuary, not because of the walls that protect you, but because of the inner atmosphere you cultivate there. When you stay in by choice, you create a space where your thoughts can land softly, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where you can breathe in ways the noisy outside world rarely allows. This private space becomes the ground where you process old memories, heal old wounds, and explore the parts of yourself that were overlooked when life moved too fast. In solitude, you have the freedom to think deeply, feel honestly, and understand yourself in ways that crowded rooms and loud conversations often prevent. You start to see patterns in your behavior, motivations behind your reactions, and truths that were drowned out by distractions. Solitude becomes the teacher, your home becomes the classroom, and your inner world becomes the subject you finally have the courage to study. And as you move deeper into this sanctuary of stillness, you begin to notice a shift within your emotional landscape. Feelings you once avoided become easier to face because there is no pressure to perform for anyone else. Thoughts you once ignored become clearer because nothing is competing for your attention. Your nervous system begins to settle. Your breathing becomes slower, and your intuition grows louder, almost as if the universe has been waiting for you to slow down long enough to hear what it has been trying to say. This is the moment when solitude turns into strength, when being alone no longer feels like being empty, but being full. You become more connected, not less. More grounded, not isolated. More aware, not withdrawn. And this is why so many spiritually awakened individuals feel safest, most alive, and most aligned when they are alone with themselves. They are not avoiding the world, they are preparing for it, rebuilding their inner foundation, and refining the wisdom they carry inside. In this sense, choosing solitude is not a retreat, but an awakening, a return to your inner sanctuary where your true voice becomes clear and your true self finally feels seen. 4. Emotionally intelligent and highly empathetic. Choosing to stay home is often misunderstood, yet for emotionally intelligent and highly empathetic individuals, it is a natural response to a world that moves too loudly and too quickly. Studies show that homebodies often score high in creativity, empathy, and emotional intelligence. And this sensitivity becomes a kind of inner compass that guides them toward environments where their energy is protected rather than drained. Their ability to sense subtle shifts in tone, mood, or body language comes from years of observing the world quietly, not from a distance of fear, but from a depth of awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart." And this truth explains why those who cherish the safety of home often understand people more deeply than those constantly surrounded by noise. Their calm environment is not an escape, but a lens that sharpens their intuition, helping them recognize emotional patterns that others overlook. Because they feel so deeply, their inner world becomes a sacred landscape where spirituality and spiritual awakening naturally unfold. While others may seek stimulation or external validation, these individuals are more drawn to introspection, reflection, and emotional clarity. Home becomes the place where they can interpret their feelings, cleanse their energy, and reset their nervous system, allowing them to show up in the world with greater kindness and emotional stability. Their sensitivity is not a weakness. It is a form of wisdom that grows stronger in stillness. They prefer the gentle rhythms of their own space reading, journaling, creating, or simply sitting in peaceful silence because these activities help them listen to the whispers of their own soul. This inner listening is the foundation of spiritual awakening, the moment when you stop chasing noise and begin hearing the truth that arises from within. Their emotional intelligence deepens further because their home is where they learn to feel without being overwhelmed, to observe without judgment, and to process without interruption. They often notice micro-expressions that last only a fraction of a second. The quick flicker of sadness in someone's eyes, the tension hidden behind a smile, or the exhaustion beneath someone's voice. These subtle cues reveal the emotional world of others, and while most people overlook them, the homebody notices, absorbs, and understands. This ability makes them exceptional listeners and compassionate friends, even if they are not always the most social. As the world demands constant performance, their choice to remain grounded in their own space becomes an act of emotional self-preservation. They are not hiding from life. They are preparing themselves to face it more effectively, more thoughtfully, and more authentically. By honoring their need for solitude, they avoid emotional burnout and regain clarity. Through quiet moments, they find the strength to make better decisions, form healthier boundaries, and maintain greater emotional balance. Their sanctuary at home becomes the anchor that keeps their spirit steady amid the chaos of daily life. For these individuals, staying in is not about avoiding the world, but about engaging with it from a place of wholeness. Their inner world is rich, nuanced, and deeply alive, and every moment spent at home is a moment of alignment with their truth. This is how spirituality begins to flourish through awareness, peace, and the courage to choose what nourishes the soul. If this message resonates with your empathetic and emotionally intelligent nature, comment below. I honor the sanctuary within me. And if you're ready to deepen your journey of inner peace and spiritual wisdom, make sure to like this video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss what's coming next. 5. Sensitivity, energy management, and trust. People who love staying in are often deeply sensitive to the world around them. And if you feel this way, it is not because you are fragile, but because your inner system works differently. Loud noise, chaotic spaces, or unpredictable emotions do not just annoy you. They drain you on a level most people never experience, and your nervous system instinctively seeks peace the way a tired heart seeks rest. This desire to stay home is not rooted in fear or avoidance, but in conscious emotional energy management, a quiet understanding that your well-being matters more than forcing yourself into environments that overwhelm you. Your home naturally becomes the protective shell where your mind softens, your emotions settle, and your energy reorganizes itself after being stretched thin by the demands of the outside world. In this space, you do not have to perform, adjust, or pretend. You simply return to yourself, and this return is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly unfold. Carl Jung often emphasized that the soul speaks in subtle movements, and when you stay in, you finally have the silence needed to hear those inner messages that get drowned out in crowds. As you choose stillness over stimulation, you deepen the relationship between your conscious mind and your unconscious wisdom, allowing clarity, intuition, and emotional insight to surface naturally. The world may tell you that solitude is weakness, or that staying home is laziness, but deep down, you know the truth. Your sensitivity is not a flaw to be fixed, but a compass guiding you toward environments that honor your inner balance. Each moment of quiet strengthens your ability to sense what feels right and what drains your spirit. And every time you choose peace, you reinforce a powerful message to yourself. My energy is valuable, and I am allowed to protect it. This is why your home feels like a sanctuary, not a hiding place. It is where your nervous system resets, where your emotional boundaries rebuild, and where your deepest self steps forward without needing permission. And the more you embrace this, the more you learn that solitude is not the absence of life, but the presence of alignment. Through this gentle rhythm of withdrawing and replenishing, you begin to understand yourself on a deeper level, that your quiet nature comes with its own strength, that your sensitivity allows you to see, feel, and understand what others overlook, and that choosing rest is not stepping back from the world, but stepping closer to your true center. So when you feel the urge to stay in, trust it. It is your inner guidance telling you that peace is your natural environment, clarity is your birthright, and your soul grows strongest in spaces where you can hear yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the insights that support your spiritual awakening. Comment below. I trust my inner energy and protect my peace. 6. Misunderstood but deeply authentic. When society calls you antisocial or lazy for loving the comfort of your home, it misunderstands something deeply authentic about you, because your desire to stay in is not a retreat from life, but a return to yourself, a choice rooted in spiritual wisdom and the inner truths that Carl Jung spent his life trying to explain. You are not avoiding people. You are avoiding shallowness, those empty exchanges, forced smiles, and surface-level interactions that leave your spirit feeling drained. You crave depth, sincerity, and connection that feels alive. And because the world rarely offers that, home becomes the place where your soul can breathe. As Jung once said, loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter to you. And this is why you often feel more whole in your own space than in a crowded room. Home is where you can finally drop the masks, let your energy settle, and allow your mind and heart to realign with what feels true. Instead of chasing applause, validation, or constant stimulation, you choose to invest in the quiet work that others cannot see, healing old wounds, listening to your intuition, nurturing your inner world, and building a life that feels rooted instead of performed. While many people try to impress the outside world, you are cultivating something far more meaningful on the inside: clarity, emotional honesty, and spiritual grounding. Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. And every moment you spend at home reading, reflecting, journaling, praying, meditating, or simply existing in peace is a moment of awakening that strengthens who you are becoming. You are intentional about the people you let into your life because you value loyalty over popularity, honesty over entertainment, and depth over noise. You would rather have one genuine friend than 100 shallow connections, and your home reflects that same selectiveness. It is a sanctuary shaped by comfort, meaning, and the quiet beauty of being fully yourself. In this space, your nervous system relaxes, your thoughts expand, and your spirit feels free to grow without pressure. This is often where your best ideas appear, where emotional clarity arrives, and where you rediscover parts of yourself that the outside world makes you forget. Loving your home does not mean you fear the world. It means you are wise enough to protect your energy, your peace, and your inner truth. And while others may never understand this part of you, you are learning that not everyone is meant to. Because choosing home, choosing depth, and choosing yourself is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that you are living with intention, awakening with courage, and honoring the inner sanctuary where your real transformation begins. 7. Home is a sanctuary for growth and self-love. Home becomes a sacred sanctuary when you finally recognize that the quiet moments you spend inside your own walls are not signs of withdrawal, but signs of deep emotional wisdom, because every part of you is allowed to exist without judgment, without pressure, and without the constant need to perform for the world. In this private space, you are free to return to your true self, and the small routines you repeat each day slowly evolve into rituals of restoration that support your spirituality and spiritual awakening. Carl Jung often emphasized that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that journey begins in places where you feel safe enough to let your inner world speak. So home naturally turns into a silent companion that helps you confront what you feel, understand what you need, and rebuild the parts of you that life has worn thin. As you settle into this space, the ordinary becomes meaningful. The cup of warm tea you make each morning becomes a grounding ritual. The candle you light at night becomes a moment of soft reflection. And even the way you arrange your surroundings becomes a quiet declaration that you are worthy of comfort and care. These simple acts are not stagnant habits. They are intentional offerings to yourself, gentle reminders that healing does not always require dramatic change, but often begins with the smallest expressions of self-love. Home becomes a mirror that shows your authentic emotional landscape, the exhaustion you have been hiding, the dreams you have ignored, the thoughts you have postponed, and the truths you have been afraid to say out loud. Within these walls, you can finally be honest, and honesty becomes the foundation for deeper inner growth. As this inner honesty expands, the home transforms into something like a personal temple where silence becomes your medicine and stillness becomes your teacher. Jung believed that a person's inner universe can only reveal itself when the external noise quiets, and home is the one place where this revelation becomes possible. Here, your nervous system softens, your mind slows, and your emotions settle into clarity. You begin hearing the subtle voice of intuition that gets lost in the world's noise. You reconnect with forgotten parts of yourself, the part that longs for peace, the part that seeks meaning, the part that remembers who you were before the world told you who to be. This is where spiritual awakening often takes root, not through grand events, but through these slow, consistent moments of being fully present with yourself. Over time, the energy of your home grows with you, reflecting your healing and your evolution. The space that once felt like a refuge from chaos becomes a place of intentional transformation. The solitude that once felt like retreat becomes preparation. What looks like staying in is actually stepping inward to gather strength before stepping outward again with more confidence, clarity, and emotional maturity. This is why choosing to stay home is not a sign of avoidance. It is a conscious act of reclaiming your energy, your inner stability, and your sense of direction. As you nurture this sanctuary, you realize that home is not simply where you rest. It is where your soul learns, heals, and rises into a more aligned and empowered version of yourself. If you're still here with me, comment, "My home is my sanctuary," below. Your voice helps us grow this space of wisdom and self-love. And if this message resonates with you, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content like this. In the end, when home becomes a sanctuary, it reflects a deeper truth Carl Jung often emphasized. The outer world mirrors the state of the inner world. Choosing to stay in isn't always isolation. It can be a powerful act of grounding, healing, and reconnecting with your authentic self. If today's message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming reflections on psychology, spirituality, and the inner journey. Don't think, just choose what your soul is hiding. The soul often knows what the mind has forgotten. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we're diving into the symbols, instincts, and quiet truths that reveal who you really are beneath the noise of everyday life. This is more than a test. It's an invitation to reconnect with the part of you that speaks without words, guides without force, and remembers what your conscious mind overlooks. As you explore these symbols, I encourage you to apply these insights to your daily life, because real transformation begins the moment you trust your inner voice. Before we begin, let me ask you, what does your soul already know that your mind keeps doubting? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's grow together. 1. Symbols speak the language of the soul. The 4 hand-drawn symbols before you are not random marks on a page, but living reflections of unconscious truth, quietly revealing the inner state you carry beneath thought, personality, and habit. Each symbol mirrors something real within you that exists beyond logic, beyond explanation, and beyond deliberate choice, which is why your first instinct matters more than any analysis you could perform afterward. The moment you feel drawn toward one symbol without hesitation, your soul is already speaking, bypassing rational filters and expressing what words cannot reach. This is how spirituality operates at its purest level, not through belief alone, but through direct inner recognition. Your choice reflects emotional patterns, inner tension, hidden strength, vulnerability, longing, and the silent direction your life energy is moving toward right now. It shows where you are emotionally situated in this season of your life, whether you are standing at the edge of transformation, retreating into self-protection, awakening to deeper truth, or learning to trust your own inner authority again. The symbol does not predict your future, but it exposes your present truth, revealing what you may not consciously admit yet fully feel. Each of the 4 symbols carries a different energetic message, shaping how you relate to your fears, your desires, your relationships, and your own sense of meaning. One may reflect a guarded heart that has learned safety through distance. Another may reflect a soul that is finally ready to release control and surrender into growth. Another may reveal the tension between who you have been and who you are becoming, while another may expose the quiet longing for authenticity that has been buried beneath obligation and expectation. When you choose without thinking, you are not choosing blindly. You are responding to emotional memory, nervous system awareness, and intuitive intelligence that already knows where you truly stand. This process itself is part of spiritual awakening, because awareness does not begin through effort. It begins through recognition. The symbol you are drawn to reflects how you navigate emotional closeness, how you process fear, how you respond to uncertainty, and how deeply you currently trust yourself. It also reveals what your soul is asking you to face, whether that is healing old wounds, setting stronger boundaries, reclaiming lost confidence, or finally allowing yourself to outgrow an outdated version of who you once needed to be. What makes these symbols powerful is not their appearance, but the quiet truth they trigger when you recognize yourself in them. Symbols speak directly to the unconscious because they do not argue, they do not persuade, and they do not explain. They simply resonate. That resonance bypasses resistance and touches emotional reality as it truly is, not as you wish it to be. This is why your first reaction matters more than whatever story your mind creates afterward. That immediate attraction is the reflection of your current emotional alignment, your unspoken needs, and the stage of inner evolution you are navigating now. Through this lens, your choice becomes a mirror that shows how you move through life, whether with caution or courage, whether with fear or trust, whether with emotional armor or open vulnerability. It reveals how closely your outer behavior reflects your inner truth, and whether your life is aligned with your deeper values or still being shaped by unresolved emotional history. In this sense, the simple act of choosing a symbol becomes a moment of self-revelation, where unconscious truth rises into conscious awareness, not through effort, but through recognition. And as that awareness grows, so does your ability to understand your own patterns, your emotional reactions, your relationship dynamics, and the subtle spiritual forces shaping your journey forward. Are you ready to listen to the quiet language of your soul? If this message resonates with you, comment below. I choose with my soul to affirm your commitment to trusting the symbols guiding your path. 2. The power of intuitive choice. You are asked not to overthink which symbol you are drawn to not analyze it, and not to search for logical reasons, but simply to choose, because intuition always moves faster and deeper than logic. Your soul recognizes what you need long before your conscious mind can explain it. And in that quiet, instant pull toward something, your inner truth is already speaking. While the mind hesitates, questions, and demands proof, your intuition responds immediately, guided by layers of awareness that exist beneath thought. This is where spirituality first becomes real, not through belief, but through direct inner recognition. When you allow yourself to choose without forcing explanation, you begin to experience how your inner guidance operates beyond reasoning. You may not understand why one symbol calls to you more than another, but that attraction is shaped by your hidden emotional needs, unresolved tension, inner desires, and the silent direction your life is already moving toward. Your intuition does not work with evidence. It works with resonance. It draws you toward what reflects your current state of spiritual development, even when your conscious awareness has not yet caught up. Carl Jung taught that much of who we are exists in the unconscious, and intuitive choice is one of the fastest ways that unconscious material rises into awareness. When you follow what pulls at you without thinking, you are not choosing randomly. You are allowing your deeper self to speak without interference. Overthinking interrupts this process because it places fear, control, and doubt between you and your inner truth. Intuition, on the other hand, bypasses fear entirely and moves directly toward meaning. As you begin to trust this inner process more often, you may notice that your intuitive choices consistently point toward growth, emotional healing, and deeper self-awareness. What you are drawn to often reflects what you are ready to face, what you are ready to release, and what you are ready to become. This is how spiritual development unfolds naturally, not through forcing change, but through responding to what your inner world is quietly requesting. Your mind is trained to protect you from uncertainty, but your soul is designed to guide you through transformation. Logic seeks safety, while intuition seeks alignment. When you choose intuitively, you are not abandoning reason. You are placing it in balance with inner knowing. Over time, this balance strengthens your ability to move through life with clarity, even when the path ahead is not fully visible. With practice, you begin to realize that intuition does not shout, it whispers, and it is only when the noise of overthinking quiets that you can finally hear it clearly. Every time you honor that inner pull, instead of resisting it, you strengthen your trust in yourself. Your spirituality becomes something you live rather than something you analyze, and your spiritual development becomes a continuous unfolding, guided by inner awareness instead of external pressure. Through intuitive choice, you learn essential lessons that shape your growth. Trust must come before certainty. Inner listening is a skill that becomes stronger with use. Not every truth arrives through logic, and transformation often begins the moment you stop needing to fully understand where you are being guided. Each intuitive choice you make brings you closer to alignment, clarity, and the deeper truth that has always existed within you. Symbol 1. The flowing line. Sensitivity and emotional depth. If your attention was drawn to the smooth, ribbon-like flowing line, it reveals that you are entering a phase of gentle strength, harmony, and deep emotional intelligence, where you no longer move through life with resistance, but with an intuitive softness that still carries power beneath its surface. This symbol reflects a kind of spirituality rooted in sensitivity, an ability to feel the world before you think about it, to sense subtle emotional shifts long before anyone speaks, and to read the energy of a room the way others read words on a page. You influence others not through pressure or persuasion, but simply through presence, because your energy holds a calming frequency that helps people return to themselves. And even if they cannot explain it, they feel safe, seen, and softened around you. This is the emotional depth that Carl Jung hinted at when he suggested that the unconscious speaks in symbols, because your choice reveals a soul that heals without trying, comforts without effort, and guides without speaking. This emotional intelligence is not a weakness, but a refined form of wisdom that grows quietly within you, especially during moments of spiritual awakening where your sensitivity becomes a doorway rather than a burden. You often notice the things others overlook: the tremble in a voice, the shift in someone's gaze, the tension a person hides behind a forced smile, and these observations give you an understanding of human nature many people never reach. Yet this gift also carries a warning, because when you feel deeply, you can also absorb what does not belong to you. And the flowing line teaches that softness requires direction, the way water needs a riverbank to keep flowing instead of flooding. Your compassion must be balanced with boundaries, so your intuition guides rather than drains you, and your kindness becomes clarity rather than sacrifice. The power of the flowing line lies in its quiet influence, shaped not through dominance, but through consistency, not through noise, but through resonance. You change others simply by being yourself. You inspire healing not by giving advice, but by emitting an energy where honesty feels safe and self-reflection becomes natural. This subtle presence is what makes you unforgettable. People may forget your words, but they remember how they felt in your presence. Jung's insight that what you resist persists applies deeply to you, because your strength grows when you surrender to your nature instead of fighting it, allowing your emotions to guide you toward truth rather than away from it. To choose this symbol is to acknowledge that your soul communicates in currents rather than commands, in intuition rather than logic, and in connection rather than control. It reveals a self that evolves through openness, a heart that understands darkness without being consumed by it, and a spirit that stays gentle even in a world that often rewards hardness. This flowing energy inside you becomes a path, one that quietly shapes your relationships, your decisions, and your destiny. And as you continue aligning with this inner flow, your presence becomes not only soothing, but transformative. The kind of influence that touches others long after you've left the room, because it is felt, not spoken. Have you ever felt the quiet pull of your emotions guiding your choices? If this resonates with you, share your experience in the comments so we can learn together. And if you're just beginning to listen to that inner flow, comment, "I will trust my feelings," and let this journey start now. Symbol 2. The vertical line with loop, stability, and integrity. The vertical line with a loop reflects the kind of quiet strength that does not seek attention yet holds everything together. It reveals a soul that values stability, integrity, and emotional balance above all else. You move through life with a natural sense of order, preferring clarity over chaos and calm over emotional extremes. Even in tense situations, you remain centered, grounded, and composed. And this steady presence naturally brings peace to others. People instinctively feel safe around your energy because you carry emotional clarity without judgment, and your ability to stay balanced in stormy moments makes you someone others rely on when everything feels unstable. This is a powerful sign of spiritual maturity and deep inner control, showing strong awareness within your spirituality and steady progress in spiritual development. Yet hidden beneath this quiet strength is a pattern you may not fully see. Because you are so reliable, you often take on more responsibility than is fair to yourself. You become the one who holds everything together, while quietly setting aside your own need for rest, gentleness, and emotional care. You may tell yourself that you can rest later, that you must stay strong a little longer, or that others need you more than you need yourself. Over time, this creates emotional weight that you carry alone, even while your outer world sees only your calm surface. Your adaptability allows you to endure change without complaint, but endurance should never become emotional isolation. True balance in spirituality is not only about being steady for others, but also about honoring your own need for softness, release, and restoration. Your integrity is one of your strongest qualities. You are deeply guided by your values, and once you commit to something, you stand by it with unwavering loyalty. You do not shift your principles to fit convenience, and this gives you quiet authority. Others may not always understand your choices, but they feel the strength behind them. This integrity makes you a living example of emotional discipline and inner order. And without speaking much, you teach others what stability truly looks like. However, when integrity becomes too rigid, it can turn into emotional tightness rather than inner freedom. The loop within the symbol represents circulation, reminding you that energy must flow rather than remain locked in control. Without softness, even the strongest structure begins to feel heavy rather than supportive. This symbol also reveals a deep inner conflict between strength and tenderness. You have mastered control, patience, and restraint, but you may struggle to allow yourself to be emotionally vulnerable. You may feel uncomfortable resting when others are struggling, and uneasy receiving support instead of giving it. Yet Carl Jung warned, "What you resist persists, and what you deny within yourself eventually demands attention in other ways." When your soul is deprived of rest and emotional release, life may create pauses for you through exhaustion, emotional distance, or feeling disconnected from your own needs. This is not punishment, but a correction meant to restore balance within your spiritual development. The vertical line represents your strength and direction, but the loop gently reminds you that strength without renewal eventually becomes pressure. You are not meant to carry everything alone. Your calm does not lose its power when you rest. Your integrity does not weaken when you soften. Your emotional clarity does not dissolve when you allow yourself to feel deeply. In fact, your spirituality becomes more complete when strength and gentleness exist together, rather than in opposition. You bring peace to others because you have learned to stay grounded in chaos. But now, your soul is asking you to learn how to stay grounded in rest as well. Do you feel this truth within you? If you do, affirm it in the comments. I stand in my truth with strength and integrity. Let your soul speak. Symbol 3. The swirling shape, complexity and transformation. If the swirling shape is the symbol that drew your attention, it reflects a soul that lives in motion, shaped by vibrant energy, emotional depth, and constant transformation. You are not meant for straight lines or predictable paths. Your nature is to evolve through cycles of change, contrast, and inner tension. And even when life feels chaotic, that movement is not working against you. It is revealing who you truly are. You carry intensity and wisdom at the same time, often feeling multiple emotions at once, thinking in layers, and sensing directions others cannot see. This is why you may feel pulled in many directions, yet still possess an unshakable inner sense of where you are meant to go. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And your life reflects that truth more clearly than most, because your growth does not come from comfort, but from experience, from friction, from emotional storms that sharpen your intuition rather than weaken it. Each moment of confusion, each sudden turn, each collapse that forced you to rise again has carved deeper awareness into your spirit, building a form of spiritual wisdom that cannot be learned from books alone. You may notice that your life unfolds in repeating phases of destruction and rebirth. Old identities fall away, outdated dreams dissolve, relationships change or end without clear explanations. Yet every ending leaves behind a clearer sense of self, a deeper compassion for others, and a stronger connection to your own truth. This pattern is not a flaw. It is the very engine of your transformation. Jung described this process as individuation, the lifelong unfolding of the true self beneath social masks and expectations. And your swirling nature mirrors this inner journey perfectly. You are not here to settle into a single fixed role. You are here to become, again and again. This is why others may misunderstand your shifts, your sudden clarity, or your refusal to stay the same. While they search for stability through repetition, you search for alignment through change. As another timeless truth reminds us, what the caterpillar calls the end, the rest of the world calls a butterfly. And your life reflects this truth repeatedly, often in ways that feel painful in the moment, but unmistakably meaningful in hindsight. Your swirling energy also reveals a deeply creative and multidimensional mind. You do not think in straight lines, you sense patterns, emotional undercurrents, and hidden connections long before they fully emerge in visible form. This allows you to read people with uncanny accuracy, to feel shifts in energy before words are spoken, and to recognize truth beneath appearances. At times, this depth may overwhelm you, making you feel restless, misunderstood, or emotionally overloaded. Yet this same sensitivity is what gives you extraordinary insight, empathy, and adaptability. Jung's words, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious," speak directly to your path. Because your growth does not come from avoiding emotional complexity, but from moving through it with awareness. Each shadow you face strengthens your intuition. Each inner conflict expands your understanding. Each moment of uncertainty becomes a teacher rather than a threat. When you stop resisting your own complexity and begin to trust the intelligence of your transformation, your swirling nature no longer feels like chaos. It becomes purpose in motion, a living expression of spiritual wisdom shaped through experience, depth, and the ongoing courage to evolve into the truest version of who you are. Symbol 4. The delicate spiral, gentleness and quiet resilience. Choosing the delicate spiral reveals a soul shaped by gentleness, subtle power, and deep emotional intelligence. A person whose growth does not come through loud disruption, but through quiet, steady inner movement. This choice reflects cycles of transformation that happen softly, almost invisibly, where strength develops not through force, but through patience and presence. You feel deeply, yet you do not need to display that depth for the world to validate it. Your healing does not arrive in dramatic breakthroughs, but unfolds gradually, like a spiral that tightens and expands with each passing season, returning you again and again to deeper layers of yourself. This is the nature of your spirituality and spiritual awakening, rooted not in spectacle, but in steady becoming. As Carl Jung once suggested, true transformation does not happen by chasing light alone, but by meeting what is hidden within. And you do this gently, without violence toward your own inner world. Your presence carries a quiet, calming effect. You do not dominate a room with volume or force, yet people often feel safer, steadier, and more grounded when you are near. This is because your nervous system has learned stillness, and your emotional world has learned balance. You listen not only with your ears, but with your entire being. You absorb without being overtaken, care without being consumed, and give without losing yourself completely. While others may chase power through control or attention, your strength lives in restraint, in softness, in the ability to remain open without becoming fragile. The world may not always recognize this kind of resilience because it does not announce itself boldly, but its impact is often deeper and longer lasting than loud expressions of force. Your path of growth moves in cycles rather than straight lines. There are moments when it seems as if you are returning to familiar emotions, revisiting old patterns, or walking the ground you thought was already crossed. Yet each return is different. Each turn of the spiral brings new understanding, greater emotional maturity, and a quieter kind of confidence. What may appear from the outside as slowness is, in truth, integration. What may look like hesitation is actually discernment. Your soul does not rush because it is not chasing approval or escape. It is learning how to remain. This is why your transformation feels natural rather than violent, organic rather than forced. You feel pain deeply, but you process it with tenderness instead of urgency. You do not break yourself open to heal. You soften into healing. Where others may react with intensity, you respond with reflection. Where others seek instant release, you allow time to do its sacred work. This gentle rhythm teaches you that not all change must be dramatic to be real. Some of the most profound shifts happen quietly, without witnesses, without applause, without visible collapse. They happen in the silent choices you make to remain compassionate when bitterness would be easier, to remain calm when chaos invites reaction, and to remain loving even when the world grows cold. Your quiet resilience becomes a sanctuary for others. You may not see yourself as powerful, yet people are often drawn to your emotional steadiness without knowing why. You become the calm center when emotions overflow, the grounding energy when life feels unbalanced. This is not because you suppress feeling, but because you have learned how to hold it without drowning in it. You understand that gentleness is not weakness, but a form of mastery. Stillness is not absence, but strength in its purest form. And as your spiral continues to unfold, your growth does not demand speed, only sincerity, each gentle rotation carrying you deeper into truth, deeper into compassion, and deeper into the quiet power of who you are becoming. As we move deeper into this journey of self-discovery, let this symbol remind you that true strength often grows in silence and softness. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a comment. I rise through gentleness and resilience. Let this be your quiet declaration as we continue forward together into the next stage of awakening. 7. Each symbol reflects a phase, not a fixed identity. Each symbol is not a permanent definition of who you are, but a reflection of your current inner landscape in this exact moment. It does not represent your entire life, your destiny, or an unchanging identity. Instead, It mirrors what is most alive within you right now, the emotional state you are moving through, the lesson you are learning, or the truth that is slowly rising to the surface. You may feel deeply connected to one symbol today and find yourself drawn to a completely different one at another time. And this shift does not mean you were wrong before. It simply means your soul is moving, evolving, and responding to the natural rhythm of growth that shapes all genuine spirituality and spiritual awakening. Your intuitive choice changes because you change. The mind likes to seek fixed labels, but the soul moves in seasons. At one stage, you may be in a period of healing, where hidden wounds are asking for attention. At another stage, you may be stepping into confidence, truth, or self-expression. Each symbol reveals what part of you is currently awakening or quietly asking to be seen. Some symbols rise when your heart is learning to soften again. Others appear when your strength is being forged through challenge. None of them cancel out the others. They simply describe different chapters in the same unfolding story. Just as Carl Jung taught that the unconscious shapes our lives until we become aware of it, these symbols act as mirrors for what is operating beneath the surface of conscious thought. They do not predict your future. They reveal your present. They show how you are thinking, feeling, protecting yourself, opening yourself, or resisting change right now. When you resonate with a symbol, it is not because it defines you forever, but because it reflects the specific energetic and emotional climate of your inner world in this phase of your journey. As your awareness deepens, your intuitive choices naturally shift. What once felt accurate may later feel distant, and what once felt unfamiliar may suddenly feel deeply true. This is not inconsistency. This is growth. The danger comes only when a phase is mistaken for a permanent identity. When you cling to a symbol as if it defines you for all time, you stop listening to the movement of your own soul. But when you understand that each symbol represents a living moment rather than a fixed destination, you remain in harmony with your inner evolution. Your soul does not speak in rigid labels or permanent roles. It speaks in cycles, transitions, and quiet inner movements. One season calls for stillness and reflection. Another calls for courage and action. One moment requires protection. Another demands surrender. The symbol you resonate with simply reflects what your soul needs now, not who you must remain forever. Through this awareness, spirituality becomes something lived and fluid, rather than something rigid and defined. Every symbol you choose reveals a truth that is either waking up within you or gently asking for your attention. Nothing appears by accident. Each reflection carries meaning because it emerges from the deeper layers of your psyche. As your consciousness expands, the symbols change with you, guiding you not toward a fixed identity, but toward deeper self-recognition. In this way, your intuitive choice becomes a living dialogue with your inner world, a quiet confirmation that your soul is always in motion, always awakening, and always revealing new dimensions of who you are becoming. 8. The deeper message. Trust your inner voice. This experience is not about classification or labels, but about self-revelation, the moment when your instinctive choice becomes a quiet but undeniable message from your soul, urging you to notice what is rising within you right now. What you chose did not come from calculation or analysis, but from a deeper place that already understands what your conscious mind is still learning to accept. Your instinct speaks in subtle movements rather than loud declarations, yet its guidance is precise, personal, and rooted in your truest direction. When you allow yourself to trust that inner signal, you step out of resistance and into alignment, where growth no longer feels forced, but natural. Transformation does not begin with logic alone, and it is rarely born through overthinking. It begins the instant you listen inward and take one small step in the direction your soul already recognizes as meaningful. This is the hidden rhythm of spirituality, where understanding is not gathered through control, but through awareness, presence, and courage. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Your choice reveals that your unconscious has already started to speak, guiding you toward what must be seen, healed, expressed, or released. The more sincerely you respond to that guidance, the more your spiritual development deepens, not through sudden perfection, but through honest movement. Trusting your inner voice does not mean the path will always feel comfortable. At times, it may bring uncertainty, vulnerability, or the fear of leaving what is familiar. Yet these sensations are not signals of danger. They are signs of expansion. Growth stretches what is known so that something more authentic can emerge. Each time you honor what rises from within, instead of silencing it, you confirm your own worth, clarity, and direction. This quiet trust reshapes how you respond to challenges, how you hold your boundaries, and how you act when no one is watching. Your soul does not demand that you see the entire road ahead. It only asks that you take the next honest step. As you do, what once felt confusing begins to organize itself. What once felt uncertain gains stability, and what once felt hidden begins to express itself through your choices and your presence. This is how inner truth becomes lived reality, not through pressure, but through consistent alignment. When you move with what your inner voice reveals instead of against it, you are no longer reacting to life from fear or habit, but responding from clarity and meaning. And in that shift, true transformation quietly takes root. In the end, what matters most is this: your soul already knows the truth long before your mind tries to explain it. These symbols, these choices, are not tests of logic. They are reflections of your deepest intuition, the part of you that speaks in whispers, images, and quiet knowing. When you stop overthinking and simply choose, you give your inner wisdom space to rise, to guide you, and to reveal what you've been carrying within all along. If this message from spiritual wisdom resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to the channel. And make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey of self-discovery is just beginning. The 7 deadly boundaries that make empaths immune. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving into the 7 deadly boundaries that make empaths immune, the powerful inner shields that turn sensitivity into strength and emotional intelligence into unshakable self-mastery. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own life. Which of these boundaries do you already practice? And which ones do you feel called to strengthen? Share your thoughts in the comments below so our community can learn and grow together. Let this be the moment you reclaim your energy, protect your peace, and rise into the most empowered version of yourself. 1. Refusal of emotional responsibility. The refusal of emotional responsibility is one of the most powerful boundaries an empath can ever establish, because it marks the moment you finally recognize that someone else's emotions are not a weight you were born to carry. This single shift becomes a turning point in spirituality and spiritual awakening, pulling you out of the lifelong pattern where guilt, fear of disappointing others, and the unconscious desire to keep the peace have shaped how you show up in the world. For so long, you may have absorbed the emotions of others as if they were your own, believing you were responsible for their reactions, their moods, and their internal storms. But the truth is that their anger belongs to them. Their sadness belongs to them. Their disappointments belong to them. And none of these emotions are yours to fix or hold. When this clarity finally clicks, something inside you awakens something strong, calm, and deeply rooted. This boundary becomes even more necessary when you understand how many people, intentionally or not, use emotional projection as a way to avoid facing their own inner conflict. Without this boundary, an empath becomes the default emotional caretaker in every relationship, constantly over-explaining, apologizing, adjusting, shrinking, or softening themselves just to keep others stable. But once you embrace the truth that you are not responsible for anyone else's emotional landscape, the guilt that used to control you begins to lose its power. You stop feeling obligated to solve problems you did not create. You stop walking on eggshells to protect fragile egos. You stop confusing compassion with self-sacrifice. And for the first time, you can love people from a place of clarity rather than fear. As this boundary settles into your life, you start seeing the difference between being supportive and being used, between caring for someone and carrying them, between empathy and emotional servitude. People who once relied on your emotional labor may resist, question, or even accuse you of being distant. But this resistance is only a sign that the old pattern is breaking. You are not becoming harder. You are becoming whole. You are not becoming selfish. You are becoming sovereign. Your spiritual awakening teaches you that taking responsibility for what is not yours only keeps others dependent, unhealed, and disconnected from their own growth. By stepping back, you are not abandoning them. You are allowing them to meet themselves. This boundary does not make your heart colder. It makes your presence clearer. You can still listen, care, and hold space, but you do so without absorbing the emotional chaos of those around you. You recognize the subtle moment when someone tries to make their feelings your burden, and you return that energy gently but firmly, telling yourself, "This is theirs. It is not mine." With each repetition of that truth, your aura becomes stronger, brighter, more stable, and undeniably powerful. You stop being pulled into emotional storms that were never meant for you, and instead, you stand rooted in your own inner ground. And from that place of alignment, you discover that the most sacred form of empathy is the one that honors your energy, protects your peace, and allows your soul to finally breathe. If this message resonates with you, comment below. I release what is not mine to carry. 2. Prohibition of over-explanation. The prohibition of over-explanation is a boundary that protects your emotional clarity and strengthens your spiritual development, especially if you are an empath who naturally absorbs the feelings and expectations of others. When you state a boundary, once calmly, clearly, and without hesitation, you reclaim your power, because every additional explanation weakens your position and quietly teaches others that your no is open for negotiation. Over-explaining becomes an invitation for others to challenge you, push you, or manipulate you, not because you are wrong, but because people sense that you feel obligated to justify your feelings. And when people feel they are owed a justification for your personal truth, they will keep digging, questioning, and pressuring you, turning your emotional openness into a tool for their benefit. That is why you must remind yourself that your boundaries do not require a debate, a defense, or a lengthy story. They simply require your confidence. As Carl Jung said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And often, the individuals who refuse to accept your boundary the first time are the same individuals who lack the emotional maturity to face their own limitations. When you over-explain, you are not being kind. You are allowing someone to avoid their own accountability. As you step deeper into spirituality and spiritual development, you begin to recognize that explaining yourself too much is a subtle form of self-betrayal. It signals that you fear being misunderstood, rejected, or judged. Yet the more you explain, the more you give away your inner authority. A strong boundary needs only your clarity, not your justification. And when you embrace this truth, your presence becomes more grounded, your communication becomes more direct, and your energy becomes less available for people who drain it. Speaking once and standing firm trains your nervous system to trust your intuition rather than other people's reactions. It teaches your heart that your emotions are valid even when no one agrees. It teaches your mind that peace is more valuable than being liked. And it teaches your spirit that self-respect is not something you earn, it is something you embody. With each moment, you resist the urge to explain. You pull your power back into yourself. Your relationships become cleaner and more honest, and you naturally attract people who understand and respect you without requiring extra words. The lesson is simple but transformational. Your boundary is not a request, it is a statement. Your truth does not need defending. Your peace does not need approval. And the moment you stop over-explaining, you step into a higher state of self-trust that strengthens every part of your life. 3. Tolerance of disappointment. When you develop the strength to tolerate someone's disappointment without rushing in to soothe them, rescue them, or fix the situation, you step into a level of personal power that most empaths never reach, because you finally understand that disappointment is not harm. It is simply a reaction to unmet expectations, and those expectations were never your obligation to fulfill in the first place. People may sigh, become quiet, look sad, or subtly withdraw in hopes that you will bend. But their emotional responses are not proof that you've done something wrong. They are simply expressions of their own desires, and you are not required to rearrange your entire life every time someone else feels a temporary discomfort. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And this boundary demands exactly that, accepting your right to disappoint others when protecting your energy, your time, and your truth requires it. You begin to understand that the fear you feel when someone is disappointed in you is not intuition. It is conditioning, old emotional programming that taught you that your value depends on making everyone else comfortable, even at the expense of yourself. As you face this truth, you start to see how easily people can control you when you cannot hold steady in the presence of their displeasure. Because the moment you feel responsible for fixing emotions that are not yours, you hand over your sovereignty, your choices, and your identity. You may think you are being kind when you rush to soften their disappointment, but what you are really doing is teaching them that all they need to do to influence you is show a little sadness or frustration. This is how many empaths lose themselves, not through dramatic manipulation, but through small, subtle, emotional cues that keep them stuck in the role of caretaker, peacekeeper, and emotional buffer. Spiritual wisdom teaches you that compassion is not the same as self-sacrifice. Compassion says, I see your feelings, while self-sacrifice says, your feelings are my responsibility. And those paths lead to entirely different lives. When you stop absorbing disappointment as if it were danger, you reclaim the emotional space that was always meant to belong to you. You begin to realize that people who truly value you will respect your boundaries even when they feel disappointed, while those who only valued your compliance will resent your growth. This boundary becomes a filter, revealing who is connected to your soul and who is connected only to your usefulness. And as you practice holding steady, you become grounded in a deeper inner truth, the kind of psychological independence Carl Jung described as individuation, where you no longer shape yourself to meet expectations that drain your spirit. You understand that disappointment is a normal, necessary part of human relationships. It builds emotional maturity, resilience, and honesty. And by allowing others to sit with their own discomfort, you are giving them the opportunity to grow instead of enabling emotional dependency. With time, you will feel a quiet empowerment rising within you, a sense of freedom that comes from knowing you no longer have to twist, shrink, or betray yourself just to keep the peace. You begin to make decisions based on your values, not on someone else's reactions. You start saying no without explaining yourself to exhaustion. You show up authentically without fearing who might disapprove. And slowly, your entire life transforms, not because others changed, but because you finally stopped letting disappointment, guilt, and emotional pressure control you. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we grow through every challenge, rise above disappointment, and learn to protect our energy with strength and clarity. Remember, you are a resilient soul, worthy of peace, purpose, and the powerful boundaries that keep your spirit aligned. 4. Separation of care from compliance. You can love deeply, care sincerely, and hold compassion in your heart without feeling obligated to obey every request or demand that comes your way. Because one of the most powerful realizations in spirituality is that care and compliance are not the same thing, and confusing them is the very trap that exhausts empaths and slowly dims their inner light. When you begin your spiritual awakening, you notice how easily compassion can turn into self-sacrifice when you believe that kindness must always be followed by obedience. Yet the truth is that genuine care loses its purity the moment it becomes an obligation. This is why empaths must learn to pull apart these two ideas. care as a voluntary expression of love, and compliance as a conditioned response rooted in fear, because only when they are separated can you give from your soul without draining your soul. Care comes from your heart, but compliance often comes from pressure, guilt, or a long history of being rewarded for pleasing others. And when these two merge, you begin to believe that saying no makes you unkind, selfish, or cold, even though refusing something that harms your peace is one of the most sacred acts of self-respect. Empaths especially struggle with this boundary because their sensitivity makes them aware of others' discomfort, disappointment, or frustration. And this awareness tempts them to surrender their own needs just to avoid conflict. But spiritual wisdom reminds you that peace built on self-betrayal is not peace, it is suppression. And the more you suppress, the further you drift from your spiritual awakening. When you finally understand this, you begin to differentiate between caring for someone and carrying someone. And that shift becomes a turning point in your emotional life. People who have grown accustomed to your compliance may react when you begin to draw this boundary, interpreting your newfound clarity as rebellion or distance. But this reaction reveals their true intentions. They never valued your care, only your availability. Yet those who genuinely appreciate you will celebrate your growth, respect your limits, and meet you from a place of balance rather than dependency. This contrast becomes an invaluable filter in your spiritual journey, allowing you to see who resonates with your soul and who only resonates with your service. To truly separate care from compliance, you must pause before responding, breathe before agreeing, and ask yourself whether your yes comes from sincerity or from fear. You learn to feel the difference in your body. Care feels peaceful, warm, and open. Compliance feels tense, heavy, and pressured. And as your spiritual awakening deepens, your intuition becomes sharper, guiding you toward choices that honor your energy instead of depleting it. This boundary transforms the way you love by making your love cleaner, healthier, and rooted in freedom rather than obligation. Over time, you stop apologizing for protecting your peace. You stop feeling guilty for resting, and you stop believing that compassion requires self-abandonment. You realize that your energy is a sacred resource and that not everyone is meant to receive it. You understand that saying no is not cruelty, it is clarity. And you finally recognize that your care is most powerful when it is given from fullness, not fear. Because when you no longer tie your compassion to compliance, you step into a level of spiritual wisdom that makes your empathy unbreakable. 5. Elimination of preemptive accommodation. The elimination of preemptive accommodation is one of the most powerful boundaries you will ever learn. Because when you constantly try to meet people's needs before they even express them, you unconsciously teach them to expect endless service while slowly draining your inner energy. When you rush to help before anyone asks, you blur the line between kindness and self-erasure, turning yourself into someone who carries responsibilities that were never spoken, chosen, or agreed to. And in the long run, this habit creates relationships where you feel overextended, unappreciated, and unseen, while others become increasingly comfortable taking without ever needing to ask. That is why Carl Jung's insight, your vision becomes clear only when you look into your own heart, is so important here. Because unless you bring your awareness back into yourself, You cannot recognize how much emotional weight you carry simply because you assume someone might need something. Eliminating preemptive accommodation is not about becoming cold or less generous. It is about giving yourself permission to stop acting on imagined expectations and start responding only to what is real, spoken, and mutually understood. This boundary forces you to slow down and let other people use their own voices instead of relying on your intuition to save them from every discomfort. It teaches you to release the urge to anticipate needs so quickly that you lose contact with your own needs, your own peace, and your own spiritual center. And as your spirituality grows and your spiritual development deepens, you begin to see that real connection cannot thrive in a space where you constantly overfunction while others underfunction. The moment you stop stepping in automatically, something begins to shift. People either step up and learn to articulate what they want, or they disappear because the unspoken benefits are gone. Either outcome reveals the truth of the relationship. You also begin to reclaim your energy because you no longer leak it into situations that require mind reading, emotional guesswork, or silent sacrifice that no one ever acknowledged in the first place. Letting others ask for what they need is an act of equality, not selfishness. And choosing to respond only when there is a clear request honors both you and them. It allows you to engage from a grounded state rather than reacting from anxiety, fear of rejection, or the old belief that you must overgive to be valued. This shift helps you rebuild relationships on clarity rather than assumption, on honesty rather than anticipation, and on mutual respect rather than silent emotional labor. And when you give from this place, your presence becomes more authentic, your boundaries more defined, and your energy far more protected, allowing you to participate in the world without losing yourself in the process. Declare your power today by commenting below. I no longer shrink myself for others. Let this truth settle into your spirit as you step into healthier boundaries. And if this message speaks to you, share it with someone who needs the courage to stop over-accommodating, because empowerment grows when we pass it on. 6. Refusal of emergency status. Not everything is an emergency, and the moment you truly understand this, your entire inner world begins to shift, because most of the crises you've been carrying were never yours to hold in the first place. As an empath, you've been conditioned to respond to every raised voice, every trembling emotion, every sudden message, and every sigh of distress as if the universe itself is collapsing, and you are the only one who can hold it together. But this habit collapses your boundaries and keeps your nervous system in a constant state of alert. Carl Jung, whose teachings form the backbone of true spiritual wisdom, reminded us that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And often, they hand you their panic precisely because they don't want to face it themselves. When you internalize this truth, you begin to see how many so-called emergencies are nothing more than emotional pressure disguised as urgency, projected onto you by people who never learned how to self-regulate or take responsibility for their own inner storms. And this is where your transformation begins, because when you stop reacting instantly, you are not becoming cold, you are becoming conscious. You start retraining your nervous system to pause rather than panic, to observe rather than absorb, to ask yourself quietly and powerfully, is this truly urgent, Or is someone trying to make me feel responsible for what they've left unresolved? This single moment of clarity changes everything, because you no longer jump at every vibration of fear around you. You decide when and how to respond. And as this boundary strengthens, you begin noticing how often urgency is used as a subtle manipulation, sometimes intentional, sometimes unconscious, by people who rely on your empathy to fix what they refuse to confront. You stop allowing others to turn their emotional disorganization into your urgent responsibility, and you start seeing how heavy your life became simply because you inherited other people's unprocessed chaos. With each step, you reclaim more of yourself. The pressure in your chest loosens. Your breath deepens. Your mind becomes clearer because you are no longer living inside someone else's storm. You discover that urgency is rarely real. It is often an illusion created by people who fear silence, accountability, or discomfort. True emergencies are rare, but emotional emergencies are constant for those who refuse to grow. When you refuse to participate in them, you're not abandoning your empathy. You are elevating it. You are shifting from reactive emotion to conscious compassion, the kind of compassion that does not require you to sacrifice yourself to prove your goodness. This is what spiritual wisdom truly looks like. Responding with clarity instead of rushing. Listening with discernment instead of collapsing into panic. And learning that you are allowed to take your time even when others demand you hurry. And as this boundary settles into your life, something extraordinary happens. People stop being able to control you through pressure. Their fear no longer dictates your actions. Their urgency no longer directs your energy. Their chaos no longer becomes your responsibility. You stand rooted, steady, grounded, no longer the empath who absorbs everything, but the soul who sees clearly, chooses wisely, and commands their own presence. This is the deadly boundary that makes empaths immune. Because once you master it, emotional pressure loses its power, and the world around you can no longer shake what you have rebuilt within. 7. Implementation of exit protocols, the keystone boundary. The implementation of exit protocols stands as the keystone boundary because it determines whether every other boundary you set will hold their shape or quietly collapse under pressure. And for an empath who feels deeply and loves sincerely, this boundary becomes a spiritual safeguard, a line drawn not in anger, but in clarity. It means having firm rules for when you will leave a relationship, a conversation, or any environment that pulls you away from your inner truth, and honoring those rules without hesitation when the conditions are met. Because in spirituality and spiritual awakening, integrity with yourself is the highest form of self-respect. An exit protocol is not a threat, a warning, or an emotional performance. It is a private agreement you make with your own soul, a structure that protects you from the subtle erosion that happens when you stay too long in places where you are unheard, unseen, or undervalued. This boundary becomes necessary because empaths often give second chances, like they are part of their breathing, offering grace even when it is undeserved, hoping for change even when the evidence is missing, and extending their patience long after their emotional energy has been drained. Without a clear exit rule, compassion becomes a doorway through which disappointment constantly enters. That is why the keystone boundary teaches you to define the moment when leaving becomes the only path that protects your spirit. It might be after one violation, or two, Or 3, what matters is that the standard is yours, not someone else's persuasion or guilt. As Carl Jung taught, a person's true liberation begins the moment they refuse to betray themselves. And this principle echoes deeply within the heart of an empath who is awakening from the patterns that once kept them stuck. Exit protocols give you emotional safety because they eliminate the exhausting internal dialogue of, should I stay? Should I try again? Did I expect too much? Instead, the rule stands firm, like a lighthouse guiding you back to your own power. It removes the temptation to rationalize harmful behavior, and it stops you from shrinking yourself in order to keep a connection alive. By honoring your exit boundary, you teach your subconscious that your needs are non-negotiable, that your energy deserves protection, and that your heart is not obligated to tolerate what wounds it. This is where spiritual awakening strengthens your intuition, helping you sense when a situation is no longer aligned with who you are becoming. When you practice this boundary, your nervous system begins to trust you again. Your inner voice grows louder. Your energy rises because you are no longer trapped in emotional recycling, hoping that someone else will finally offer what they have repeatedly shown they cannot give. You learn that leaving is not failure. Leaving is choosing truth over illusion, alignment over attachment, and self-preservation over self-sacrifice. This quiet power changes the way people treat you because they sense that your empathy is supported by a backbone, your kindness is supported by standards, and your heart is supported by boundaries that do not crumble under pressure. With consistent practice, exit protocols strengthen every other boundary you build. Your communication becomes clearer, your tolerance becomes healthier, and your relationships become more respectful. You attract connections that honor your presence instead of draining your spirit, and you naturally distance yourself from those who rely on your softness to excuse their lack of accountability. Over time, this boundary becomes a spiritual compass, protecting your peace, elevating your growth, and guiding you toward a life where your empathy is your strength, not your vulnerability. Affirm your strength today by commenting below. I honor my exit protocols, and I protect my peace. Let this affirmation guide you as you step away from what drains you and step toward what strengthens your spirit. Trust that every boundary you enforce elevates your spiritual wisdom and aligns you with the life you are meant to walk. At the end of the day, these 7 boundaries aren't about pushing the world away. They're about finally protecting the light within you. As Carl Jung taught, true strength comes from honoring your inner truth, even when others don't understand it. When you embrace these boundaries, you stop absorbing everyone else's chaos and start living from a place of clarity, confidence, and spiritual freedom. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey to deeper awareness and empowered empathy continues, and we're here to walk it with you. The empath is about to enter the biggest comeback of their life. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Carl Jung. If you felt drained, overlooked, or broken by your sensitivity, this message is for you. In today's episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we explore why the empath is standing at the edge of the greatest comeback of their life, and how you can apply these timeless Jungian principles to rise into your true power daily with clarity and confidence. As you listen, ask yourself, are you ready to stop hiding your strength and step into your transformation? Share your thoughts in the comments and let us grow together. 1. The empath's collapse is the catalyst for their comeback. Empaths have reached a deep internal threshold, not because they are weak, but because their souls are preparing for a return that can no longer be delayed. The exhaustion, the emotional overload, the quiet despair that settles into their everyday life are not signs of failure. They are signals from the unconscious that an inner transformation has already begun. Carl Jung taught that the psyche always speaks in symptoms before it speaks in clarity, and what the empath is experiencing now is not the end of their strength, but the shedding of an old identity that can no longer contain who they are becoming. This is the moment when the soul begins to call them back to their own center, away from years of living at the edge of themselves, away from survival-based sensitivity, and back towards something rooted, sovereign, and real. The fatigue the empath feels is not ordinary tiredness. It is the weight of carrying too many emotional burdens that were never theirs to hold in the first place. Their emotional overload is not instability. It is the nervous system releasing layers of unprocessed pain, grief, and responsibility absorbed from others. The despair that rises during quiet moments is not hopelessness. It is the grief of realizing how long they have lived outside their own boundaries. This is how spiritual awakening often begins, not with light, but with disillusionment. The unconscious dismantles the roles built for survival, so the soul can return to alignment. The empath begins to realize that what once felt like compassion has often been self-abandonment, and what once felt like love has often been emotional sacrifice. This inner collapse is not punishment. It is recalibration. As the psyche reorganizes, the empath begins to feel a subtle but unmistakable shift. Old emotional attachments loosen. People who once drained them begin to fall away without drama. The compulsion to explain, to rescue, to earn belonging through emotional labor slowly dissolves. This is not numbness. It is clarity. The sensitivity that once overwhelmed them becomes refined into discernment. Their intuition grows quieter but stronger. They begin to sense, often for the first time, what safety feels like inside their own body. Spirituality is no longer something they seek outside themselves through ideas or teachings. It becomes an embodied state, a daily awareness of energy, boundaries, and truth. The empath no longer leaks themselves into every space they begin to contain their presence. What looks like breakdown from the outside is actually the restructuring of the soul from the inside. Just as a seed must crack before it can reach the light, the empath's inner collapse is the sacred rupture that allows their real power to emerge. They are no longer motivated by approval, fear, or emotional hunger. Their nervous system begins to stabilize. Their choices become cleaner. Their relationships shift from intensity to resonance. This is not the return to who they used to be. It is the return to who they were before the world taught them to shrink, overgive, and disappear. The empath's comeback is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, grounded, irreversible. It is the moment when sensitivity transforms into strength, when awareness becomes authority, and when the soul finally stands upright inside itself. Are you ready to rise from this collapse into your greatest comeback? If so, comment below. I choose my comeback to declare your commitment to your transformation. 2. Their sensitivity was never the problem. It was the unclaimed power beneath it. Their sensitivity was never the problem. It was the unclaimed power buried beneath it, the kind of inner strength that grows in silence when no one is watching. For so long, empaths were taught to see their emotional depth as something to manage or hide, as if feeling deeply meant being too much, too fragile, or too complicated. But that sensitivity has always been a compass, guiding them toward truth, even when their mind didn't have the language for it. What others once labeled as fragility was actually intuitive intelligence, the kind of inner knowing that can sense shifts in a room, detect dishonesty without evidence, and feel the emotional temperature of a situation long before anyone speaks. Their emotional intelligence did not fade because it was weak. It dimmed because survival required it. When you grow up in environments where your empathy is inconvenient, where your emotions are misunderstood, or where your presence is used to absorb the pain of others, you learn to disconnect from your own inner signals just to get by. You learn to be the strong one, the quiet one, the understanding one, even when your own heart is overwhelmed. Yet beneath every moment you suppressed your feelings, parts of your spiritual development were quietly waiting, gathering wisdom, gathering courage, gathering the strength you would one day return to. As you step further into your spirituality, you start to recognize that your sensitivity was never a flaw. It was a form of guidance. The tightness in your chest around certain people was not overreaction. It was your intuition warning you. The heaviness you felt in certain spaces wasn't drama. It was your energy responding to misalignment. The tears you held back were not embarrassment. They were truth trying to move through you. You spent years trying to toughen up because the world told you that feeling deeply was a disadvantage. But now you see that the real disadvantage was ignoring the wisdom of your own body and heart. The very traits that made you feel different are the same traits that protect you, direct you, and help you distinguish between what nourishes your spirit and what drains it. Each time you honor a boundary, each time you say no instead of overgiving, each time you choose rest instead of pushing yourself for others, you reclaim a piece of that hidden power. This is where your true comeback begins, not in becoming someone harder or colder, but in becoming someone truer. You begin to set standards not from fear, but from clarity. You begin to walk away from people who expect your empathy, but offer none in return. You begin to listen to your emotional signals instead of silencing them, and life suddenly becomes easier to navigate, not more overwhelming. The patterns you once repeated out of survival over giving, people-pleasing, absorbing others' pain, start to break the moment you understand they were never your destiny, only your conditioning. And as these patterns fall away, your spiritual development accelerates. You become more grounded, more discerning, more aligned with the quiet power that sensitivity has always carried beneath it. Through this return to yourself, you realize that the world never needed you to feel less. It needed you to understand the strength within your feelings. You see now that your sensitivity allows you to read truth beneath words, sense intentions behind actions, and recognize alignment long before logic catches up. You no longer apologize for the depth of your heart because you finally recognize the wisdom in it. Your empathy is still present, still powerful, but now it is guided by boundaries, self-respect, and awareness. You no longer give your energy away freely. You choose where it goes. And with every choice rooted in clarity rather than guilt, you rise into the version of yourself you were always meant to become, an empath who is no longer drained by the world, but empowered by the truth they can finally feel without fear. 3. The shadow awakens, and so does the warrior. You have spent so many years softening yourself just to keep the peace, silencing your anger, your truth, and your boundaries, because somewhere deep inside, you believed that being powerful might cost you love. But now, something ancient is stirring inside you, a quiet force rising from the unconscious. And as Carl Jung taught, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. What you are feeling is that darkness is finally reorganizing itself into strength. Your shadow is not attacking you. It is trying to return to you. The very parts of yourself you once rejected, your firmness, your instincts, your anger, your clarity, are no longer willing to stay buried. They are resurfacing not to harden you, but to complete you. You begin to sense the inner warrior, an archetype that has lived inside you all along, stepping forward with calm authority. It is the part of you that knows how to say no without guilt, how to walk away without fear, and how to protect your energy without losing your compassion. This is not about becoming cold. It is about becoming whole. As you listen more closely to your inner world, you realize that your sensitivity was never a weakness. It was preparation. Every time you absorbed too much, every moment you felt overwhelmed, every situation that forced you to hold pain without expressing it, these were not flaws. They were initiations into a deeper power you are only now beginning to reclaim. Your unconscious mind has been preparing you for this shift for years. It has been arranging your triggers, your heartbreaks, your patterns, and your synchronicities like spiritual signposts, guiding you back to yourself. The exhaustion you feel is not failure. It is your soul refusing to operate in the old way. The irritations you feel are boundaries trying to rise. The sudden moments when you want to pull back or say less are signals that your energy is reorganizing itself. As Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Now, your unconscious is demanding to be seen so it can finally stop directing your life in the shadows. In this awakening, your compassion and your boundaries finally learn to work together rather than cancel each other out. You stop explaining yourself to people who don't listen. You stop giving your energy to those who drain you. You stop holding space for situations that no longer honor your spirit. At first, this shift may feel like selfishness, but what you are truly experiencing is the beginning of deep self-respect. Lao Tzu reminds us, "He who conquers others is strong. He who conquers himself is mighty. You are learning to conquer yourself, not through force, but through alignment. Slowly, you feel your presence changing. People sense something different in you, even before you speak. Your energy becomes clearer, sharper, quieter, yet more powerful. You no longer shrink to make others comfortable. You no longer absorb emotions that aren't yours. You no longer apologize for your intuition or your truth. You become the version of yourself that your old self needed to feel safe. You no longer bleed emotionally just to keep a connection alive. Instead, you choose relationships where you don't have to abandon yourself to stay loved. This is the empath's true comeback, not a dramatic explosion of power, but a steady, undeniable rise of inner authority. Your nervous system rewires itself. Your voice deepens with truth. Your soul stands upright again. Through spiritual wisdom and the teachings of Carl Jung, you recognize that this transformation was never about becoming someone else. It was about remembering the part of you that you once hid, the warrior, the protector, the sovereign self who refuses to disappear again. Do you feel this awakening within you? If you do, declare it in the comments. My shadow awakens, and so does my inner warrior. 4. The return begins with disillusionment and emotional clarity. The return of the empath begins in the quiet spaces where truth finally rises to the surface, often disguised as discomfort, confusion, or emotional heaviness. It starts the moment you begin seeing through the illusions you once depended on to survive the soft lies you told yourself to keep the peace, the roles you accepted to be loved, the emotional masks you wore so others wouldn't feel threatened by your sensitivity. This is the moment when your inner world shifts and the veil falls away, revealing the subtle manipulations you tolerated, the energetic imbalances you absorbed, and the people who fed on your kindness without ever offering nourishment in return. It is jarring, like waking up suddenly from a deep sleep, because clarity always feels violent when you've spent years living inside someone else's expectations. Yet this very discomfort is the soul's signal that you are entering a higher stage of consciousness, the first step of spiritual awakening, where you no longer interpret intuition as anxiety or doubt, but as truth reclaiming its voice. And as this clarity sharpens, the psyche begins pulling you away from everything that required you to abandon yourself. Relationships built on unspoken pressure, environments where you were praised for silence but punished for honesty, situations where your empathy was treated as a tool rather than a gift. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now, those words begin to echo inside you as you start noticing every pattern that once trapped you. You feel the difference between connection and attachment, between being needed and being valued, between giving out of love and giving because you were afraid to disappear. The truth is that harmony was never supposed to cost you your integrity, and peace was never meant to be purchased with your emotional labor. What looks like loss is actually your psyche releasing anything that cannot follow you into this higher version of yourself. This emotional clarity may break your heart before it heals it, because it forces you to confront how often you tolerated what drained you, forgave what hurt you, or normalized what violated your soul's boundaries. But this heartbreak is sacred. It is the breaking of the old identity that believed you had to earn your place in the world by overextending yourself. It is the moment when you stop apologizing for your sensitivity and start recognizing it as a precise internal compass. You begin to feel your energy tighten around truth and recoil from anything that distorts it. Your inner world, once crowded with noise, becomes a landscape of instinct. You no longer ask, "What is wrong with me?" Instead, you begin to ask, "Why did I force myself to carry what was never mine?" With every realization, you reclaim pieces of yourself you once gave away for approval, for safety, or for love that was built on conditions. And so, the empath's greatest comeback begins not with a dramatic rise, but with a subtle yet irreversible shift in identity. What once wounded you now awakens you. What once confused you now guides you. What once drained you now teaches you how to protect your energy with grace instead of guilt. This is the quiet revolution happening within your spirit, the moment you stop living from fear and start living from inner truth. It is the moment the empath stops trying to belong everywhere and starts belonging deeply to themselves. This is how your soul returns home. 5. From absorbing emotion to embodying presence. Instead of absorbing everyone's emotions, you begin shifting into a state where your presence speaks louder than the chaos around you. The empath, who once acted like an emotional sponge, quietly transforms into someone who transmits authenticity rather than carrying the burdens of everyone else's sorrow or anger. Your energy, which used to leak outward because you tried to soothe, fix, or rescue, now starts circulating within your own body like a protected current. It becomes a sovereign emotional boundary that no longer allows others' moods or projections to flow into your inner world. You stop merging with people's pain and instead stand firmly in your own grounded awareness. And from this place, you finally understand that sensitivity does not mean self-sacrifice. As this shift deepens, you begin noticing the subtle difference between reacting automatically to the emotional climate around you and responding from a stable inner center. You feel more anchored in your breath, more aware of what is yours and what is not. And this awareness turns into a daily practice of spirituality, one that reinforces your spiritual development with every moment you choose to stay present instead of overwhelmed. The more your energy remains within your own field, the more your body learns to trust you again. You no longer collapse under the weight of someone else's stress, and you no longer lose yourself trying to maintain harmony at the expense of your peace. Instead, you become a calming force, not by absorbing negativity, but by refusing to let it dictate your emotional state. This new way of being creates a natural shield around your heart. It is not a wall that blocks connection, but a clear boundary that allows you to care without losing yourself. You can listen deeply without drowning, and you can love without carrying burdens that were never meant for you. You begin choosing conversations that nourish you instead of draining you, and you give yourself permission to walk away from situations where your intuition whispers, "This is too heavy for your spirit." Slowly, your identity shifts from being the one who heals everyone to being the one who honors their own wholeness. You no longer need to earn love by proving how much pain you can absorb. As your presence grows stronger from within, people feel it. You arrive in a room differently quieter, steadier, more aligned. Your energy does not shrink or scatter like before. Instead, it radiates a grounded confidence that calms others without trying. You are no longer moved by every emotional wave because you have become the shore. And in this state of rooted awareness, powerful lessons reveal themselves. Protecting your energy is not selfish, but necessary. Saying no is an act of integrity, not rejection. Your worth is not measured by how much emotional labor you can carry, and the world needs your clarity far more than it needs your exhaustion. You now understand that the true purpose of your sensitivity was never to absorb everything it was, to help you embody presence, truth, and emotional sovereignty. And the moment you begin living this way, every part of your life starts to shift into harmony with who you were always meant to be. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with someone who is learning to transform emotional weight into a powerful presence. Let's continue this journey together and explore what it truly means to embody your deepest spiritual wisdom. 6. Sovereignty replaces compliance. Sovereignty replaces compliance when you finally rise from the years you spent bending yourself into shapes that were never meant for you. And in this return to your center, you begin to understand that your empathy was never designed to be a leash others could pull, but a compass guiding you back to your own spiritual wisdom. You stop abandoning yourself to keep the peace, and instead, you act from a deep internal alignment where your truth becomes your anchor, your safety, and your direction. Carl Jung said that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this is exactly what begins to unfold within you as your inner authority awakens and the habit of pleasing others loses its grip. You start noticing how much of your life was shaped not by your desires, but by fear. Fear of disappointing someone, fear of being misunderstood, fear of conflict, and now you replace that fear with clarity. Your no becomes sacred, no longer sharp or defensive, but steady and intentional. A simple declaration that your time, energy, and emotional space matter. You say no, not to reject others, but to stop rejecting yourself. And this shift quietly transforms everything. Your voice follows this evolution. It becomes calm and unshakable, not loud or forceful, but rooted in truth. And when you speak, people hear the difference. You do not over-explain. You do not shrink. You do not try to make your boundaries sound softer so someone else won't be upset. Instead, you speak from the part of you that finally trusts itself. This doesn't work for me. I am not available for this. I need space. These simple sentences carry more power than all the years you spent apologizing for your own needs. Jung also reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And as you become more aware of your old patterns, self-sacrifice, overgiving, chronic empathy, you begin to reclaim the pieces of yourself that were lost in all the times you tried to be everything for everyone. The more you honor this inner alignment, the more your energy changes. People can feel it. Your presence becomes clearer, brighter, harder to manipulate. And those who once depended on your compliance begin to realize they can no longer feed on your silence. You are no longer emotionally available to chaos, no longer responsible for fixing what others refuse to take accountability for, no longer willing to shrink so someone else can feel taller. Instead, you choose honesty over approval, clarity over guilt, and authenticity over performance. Your compliance once felt like safety, but now you understand the price you paid. Every time you swallowed your truth to keep peace outside, you created conflict inside yourself, and that inner war drained your spirit more than any disagreement ever could. Now, your comeback is guided by sovereignty, the kind of sovereignty that does not shout, but stands firm, that does not demand, but declares, that does not chase, but chooses. You are no longer controlled by external expectations. You are guided by internal truth. You no longer let empathy be used as a weapon against you. You refine it into discernment, letting you love without losing yourself. And with each boundary you honor, you rebuild the trust between you and your own soul. This is where your power returns, not in dominance, but in alignment. Not in rebellion, but in remembering. Not in resisting others, but in no longer resisting yourself. 7. The transformation heals not just the self, but the lineage. The transformation heals not just the self, but the lineage. Because when you step into your own healing, you are doing something that echoes far beyond your individual life. You are breaking cycles that were passed down quietly through generations. Cycles of silence, fear, emotional suppression, and unspoken pain that shaped your family long before you were born. This journey is not just personal, it is ancestral and collective. Because as you evolve, you do not simply change your own patterns. You shift the emotional code of your entire bloodline. As the empath heals, they release generational trauma and emotional contracts that were never consciously chosen. Contracts such as carrying everyone's emotions to keep the peace, shrinking yourself to avoid conflict, or absorbing the family's unprocessed grief so others could continue functioning. These patterns often show up early in life, and you may remember being the child who felt everything too deeply, the one who could sense tension before anyone spoke, the one who soothed others even while hurting inside, but in the language of spirituality and spiritual awakening. This sensitivity was never a weakness. It was your initiation into becoming the one who ends what has been repeated for too long. When you choose to heal, it is not just your pain that rises. It is the pain of those who came before you, the pain that they were never allowed to express. And as you feel it moving through you, something remarkable happens. Those silent ancestral wounds begin to loosen their grip, as if your courage gives permission for the entire lineage to finally breathe. This is why your healing often feels heavier than your own life story, why tears sometimes come from places you cannot name, and why certain emotions feel ancient rather than personal, because they are. Every time you choose honesty over silence, boundaries over self-sacrifice, presence over avoidance, you break one more thread in a web of inherited suffering. Slowly, the empath becomes a new archetype, not the wounded healer who endlessly gives while silently bleeding, but the sovereign soul who understands their power, their limits, and their purpose. Sovereignty for the empath is not about becoming cold or detached. It is about choosing a connection that is mutual, emotional labor that is shared, and relationships that respect your inner truth. This shift requires you to let go of the identity of the one who is always overwhelmed, always drained, always carrying others, and to step into the identity of someone who carries themselves first, someone who protects their energy, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. As this transformation deepens, you may notice that certain people begin to fall away, not because you have changed for the worse, but because the old emotional contracts can no longer survive the light of your new clarity. This can feel uncomfortable, even lonely, but it is a sacred clearing, a spiritual pruning that makes space for healthier, more aligned connections to grow. The deeper your healing goes, the more you realize how much of your old life was built around emotional survival rather than genuine fulfillment. You start to see that you were not too sensitive. You were carrying too much that did not belong to you. You were not overreacting. You were responding to emotional truths others refused to face. You were not weak. You were overwhelmed by the weight of multiple generations. And as you shed what is not yours, you begin to feel your own energy returning to you in waves. Your intuition sharpens, your presence strengthens, your boundaries become clearer, and your inner world becomes calmer. This is the moment when the empath steps fully into their sovereignty, becoming someone who no longer chases approval, no longer absorbs chaos, and no longer bends themselves into silence just to maintain harmony. Instead, you begin to walk with a sense of inner authority, knowing that your healing is not just a personal victory, but a gift offered to your lineage and to the collective psyche. In this state of sovereign empathy, you become a quiet force of transformation. Your presence naturally encourages others to rise. Your clarity disrupts old dysfunctions, and your courage becomes the pattern breaker your family never had. You embody what Carl Jung meant when he said that what is not made conscious is lived out as fate, because you are choosing to make conscious what your ancestors were forced to suppress. And through every boundary you honor, every truth you speak, and every emotion you allow to move through you, you rewrite the story, not just for yourself, but for everyone who comes after you. Are you ready to break old cycles and become the one who heals the line that came before you? If this message speaks to your journey, leave a comment with the words, "I heal my lineage." Let this be your affirmation, your declaration that your growth is no longer just for you, but for every soul connected to you. 8. The final stage, living the comeback in quiet power. The final stage of your journey is when you step into a quiet power so steady and rooted that you no longer feel obligated to prove yourself, explain your feelings, or carry the emotional weight of others. Your transformation becomes something far deeper than insight. It becomes embodiment, the kind of spiritual maturity that radiates through your presence, your decisions, and your energy without you needing to announce a single word. Your life begins to shift because you shift. Your frequency changes, and the world responds. You no longer rush to rescue or overextend yourself because you now understand that your worth has never been tied to sacrifice. And every time you honor your boundaries, you are honoring your own spiritual development. You stop absorbing the chaos of others because you finally recognize what belongs to you and what never did. And with that clarity, your nervous system settles, your intuition sharpens, and your inner world becomes a sanctuary rather than a battlefield. This quiet strength makes you unshakable, allowing you to move through life with a calm certainty that does not waver in the presence of other people's expectations, projections, or emotional storms. You become discerning, able to sense instantly who supports your growth and who drains your spirit. And this discernment shapes the relationships you choose, the spaces you enter, and the energy you allow into your life. Life begins aligning itself with your new frequency as you naturally attract peace, truth, and people who respect the depth you carry. You find yourself explaining less, justifying less, and defending less, not because you are distant, but because you finally understand that your path does not require validation. You no longer chase being understood. You simply live in a way that reflects who you truly are. The comeback becomes clear. It is not a dramatic moment of applause, but a destiny unfolding from within, a profound return to the center of yourself. In this stage, every choice you make holds power because it comes from a healed place. You choose honesty over people-pleasing, alignment over old patterns of self-betrayal, and peace over the familiar pull of emotional chaos. You begin to see that your sensitivity is not a burden, but a spiritual gift, a compass guiding you toward environments that nurture your soul instead of draining your spirit. You are no longer tempted to shrink or dim yourself to make others comfortable. Instead, you rise quietly, steadily, with a deep sense of self-respect that becomes impossible to ignore. And as your life reflects this inner alignment, you learn the truths that carry you forward. Honoring your energy is sacred. Your soul does not require saving by others, and your destiny unfolds strongest when you stop abandoning yourself. This is the quiet comeback, the moment when you live from your truth so fully that life cannot help but transform around you. As we close this message, remember this truth. Your comeback isn't waiting somewhere in the distance, it has already begun within you. The signs, the synchronicities, the inner restlessness, they are all guiding you back to your true center, to the power you abandoned long ago, but never truly lost. This is your season of return, renewal, and rising, and every step you take from here is a step toward the life your soul has been preparing you for. If this message from spiritual wisdom spoke to your heart, make sure to like the video, share it, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming teachings. Your journey is just beginning, and I'm honored to walk it with you. People with no friends often carry these hidden Jungian traits, a rare kind of depth. Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you. Carl Jung once said, "In today's world, where social circles often define worth, those who walk alone are often misunderstood, yet within their solitude lies an extraordinary depth. These people aren't broken or incomplete. They're tuned to a rare frequency that few can truly comprehend." In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore the hidden Jungian traits that shape such rare souls traits that reveal inner strength, depth, and spiritual awakening. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Do you see yourself in these signs? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's grow together toward greater self-awareness and peace. 1. Authenticity over approval. People with few or no friends often live guided by the quiet authority of their soul, rather than the noise of social approval. They do not mold themselves to fit the expectations of others because they have reached a stage in their spiritual awakening where authenticity becomes more important than belonging. The deeper they dive into their inner world, the less interested they become in shallow conversations, false harmony, or conditional acceptance. As Carl Jung observed, the more one returns to their own being, the smaller their circle becomes. This is not rejection of the world, it is liberation from illusion. These individuals no longer crave validation because their worth no longer depends on how many people surround them, but on how aligned they are with their inner truth. Living authentically means facing both the light and the shadow within. People who walk this path know that true spirituality is not about pretending to be pure. It's about integrating every aspect of oneself with honesty and compassion. They stop chasing approval because they realize that every time they hide their truth, a part of their soul dims. Through solitude, they begin to hear the voice of their higher self more clearly. They learn that silence is not emptiness, but sacred space, where the universe whispers guidance. While others avoid being alone out of fear, these individuals find peace in it. Solitude becomes their teacher, refining their energy, sharpening their intuition, and grounding their sense of purpose. As their consciousness deepens, they begin to sense energy on a more subtle level. They can feel when someone's words and intentions are misaligned. They no longer engage in gossip, drama, or relationships that drain their energy, because their spirit naturally rejects anything that lowers their vibration. This is a mark of spiritual wisdom. They move through life not seeking to be understood, but to stay true. The journey of spiritual awakening teaches them to recognize that not all connections are meant to last, and not all companionships are aligned with their higher path. What may appear as isolation from the outside is often expansion from within, as their soul grows beyond the boundaries of superficial existence. Their authenticity gives them a quiet magnetism. They attract others who live with the same depth, those who understand the language of silence and the beauty of truth. Yet even in connection, they maintain inner freedom. They do not need others to complete them, for they have already found home within themselves. Spirituality, for them, is not about escaping the world, but living in it with integrity. They have discovered that when they stop chasing people, life naturally brings them those who resonate with their energy. When they no longer seek approval, they begin to attract genuine love. Every act of authenticity becomes an offering to their higher self. Every step taken in truth becomes an act of courage. The more they honor who they are, the lighter they feel, as if the weight of pretension slowly dissolves. They realize that having few or no friends does not mean they are unloved. It means they are evolving. They are choosing peace over performance, purpose over popularity, and depth over distraction. This is the rare kind of strength that only those on a true spiritual awakening path can understand. The strength to stand alone, guided not by the applause of the world, but by the wisdom of the soul. If this message resonates with your soul, take a moment to honor your authenticity. Comment below, "I choose authenticity over approval," to affirm your commitment to living as your true self. 2. Solitude as a path to self-discovery. Solitude is not a punishment. It is an invitation to meet the deepest layers of yourself. When you walk alone, you are not rejecting the world. You are simply returning to the essence of who you are beyond all noise, all labels, and all expectations. In the quiet, when the voices of society fade, you begin to hear the whisper of your own truth. you start to see the difference between what the world told you to be and what your soul has always known you are. This is not isolation, it is refinement. It is the sacred moment when you stop being shaped by the external and start being guided by your inner wisdom. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Those who live in solitude are often the ones awakening not from life, but into life. They are the ones who dare to confront themselves fully, to sit with their shadows, and to find peace in their own company. They no longer chase validation, for they understand that true worth is born from inner alignment, not external approval. In solitude, you stop running toward others to fill your emptiness and instead begin to fill yourself with presence, awareness, and love. That is where spirituality truly begins, when you realize that peace is not something you find out there, but something you cultivate within. Solitude sharpens your perception. You start to sense energy, not just words. You recognize the difference between people who feed your soul and those who drain it. You learn to walk away quietly from what no longer serves your spirit, because you have learned the beauty of being enough for yourself. This stage of spiritual development is sacred. It is the phase when the universe shields you from distractions so that your inner foundation can grow strong. While others may misunderstand your silence, you begin to understand that your energy is sacred and not everyone deserves access to it. In this stillness, something profound awakens. Creativity flows like a river. Insight deepens like roots, and your heart begins to expand with compassion and clarity. You stop fearing solitude because you realize it's not emptiness, it's space. Space for healing, for listening, for aligning with your higher purpose. The person who embraces solitude becomes a vessel of peace, radiating quiet strength that needs no explanation. They embody depth, not noise, truth, not performance. To walk alone is not to be lonely, it is to be whole. It is to know that your path may not be crowded, but it is divinely guided. You begin to live from the inside out, led by intuition instead of impulse, grounded in faith instead of fear. And in that sacred quiet, you discover what all spiritual seekers eventually learn, that the greatest companionship you will ever have is the presence of your own awakened soul. 3. Emotional and energetic discernment. People with few or no friends often carry a kind of emotional and energetic discernment that most of the world cannot see. They are not distant because they are cold or judgmental, but because they feel life more deeply than others. They sense energy before words, intentions before actions, and truth before explanation. This level of awareness is not something they learned. It's something they were born with, a form of spiritual wisdom that grows stronger as they evolve. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." For these people, becoming authentic means being selective about where they place their energy, who they allow near their hearts, and what kind of vibrations they let into their space. Their small circle is not a sign of emptiness. It's a reflection of their high standards for emotional honesty, mutual respect, and genuine resonance. You might notice that when such people walk into a room, they instantly read the energy without a single word being spoken. It's not judgment, it's intuition. Their inner compass knows who is aligned with truth and who is hiding behind masks. They can feel when someone's smile carries tension, when a conversation feels heavy, or when a person's words don't match their frequency. That sensitivity, though often misunderstood, is their greatest protection. It's what keeps them from staying in places that drain them, or with people who disguise manipulation as kindness. Jung believed that as one becomes more conscious, their circle naturally shrinks, not out of arrogance, but necessity. The more awakened your spirit becomes, the less you tolerate anything that feels false or forced. Solitude, then, becomes a sanctuary rather than a punishment, a space where your energy can breathe and your soul can speak. These individuals don't sever ties out of pride. They simply stop feeding what no longer grows. They choose depth over distraction, peace over popularity, and authenticity over approval. Their relationships are built not on convenience, but on frequency. They crave conversations that nourish the mind, silences that feel comfortable, and connections that honor both truth and boundaries. They've learned that not everyone deserves access to their energy, because energy is sacred currency. It shapes your life far more than words ever could. Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Through their discernment, these people bring the unconscious to light. They see through charm to intention, through noise to truth, through illusion to essence. Their path may appear lonely, but in truth, it is rich with meaning. They are not running from people, they are returning to themselves. Every time they choose silence over chaos, they refine their frequency. Every time they walk away from what feels off, they protect the sacred harmony of their inner world. In a society addicted to validation and constant connection, such self-trust is revolutionary. It takes strength to say no without guilt, to honor your intuition even when others don't understand, and to embrace solitude as a sign of alignment rather than absence. These souls embody what spiritual wisdom truly means: the ability to stay centered in truth, to recognize energy as the language of the soul, and to guard that energy fiercely, not out of fear, but out of love for who they are becoming. Now, take a deep breath and center your energy. Feel the calm within you. Open your heart to clarity, to truth, and to the strength of discernment that protects your spirit. Repeat after me. I trust my intuition, and I only allow peaceful energy into my life. 4. Inner sovereignty and psychological maturity. They carry within them a sacred form of strength that does not need to be seen or approved by others to exist. It is a quiet fire that burns deep within their soul, guiding them through life without the need for validation or applause. Their foundation is built upon values that come from within, not from the ever-shifting expectations of society. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are," and that truth lives vividly inside them. While others may chase acceptance, they follow their own inner compass, walking paths that are not always popular, but always authentic. This independence is not rebellion, it is alignment, a reflection of deep spirituality and the maturity that comes from knowing one's essence. They have walked through the silence long enough to realize that their solitude is not a prison, but a sanctuary where they meet their truest self and experience a profound spiritual awakening. Their energy is calm, yet unshakable, for it is not built on ego, but on understanding. When faced with adversity, they do not seek comfort from the crowd. Instead, they turn inward, drawing power from their inner stillness. They know that transformation does not happen in comfort, but through solitude and reflection, where the soul begins to shed its false layers and stand naked in truth. This is the strength that cannot be taught, only discovered. They have learned that spiritual wisdom is not found in external noise, but in the silent whispers of the heart. Through quiet introspection, they begin to understand that life's greatest journey is not outward toward more connections or possessions, but inward toward peace, awareness, and divine presence. Those who possess such inner sovereignty live with psychological maturity that is rare in this world. They are not easily manipulated by trends, gossip, or emotional turbulence because their identity is rooted in something far deeper than their alignment with spirit. This maturity shows up in their ability to remain grounded even when others lose themselves in comparison, judgment, or chaos. They know who they are, and because of that, they cannot be shaken. They no longer depend on external validation to feel worthy. They have already met their worth within. Their solitude has become their teacher, their silence a friend, and their stillness a mirror reflecting the eternal truth that lies beyond fear and desire. In spirituality, this state of being marks the awakening of the soul when one realizes that true freedom is not found in belonging to the world, but in belonging to oneself. They understand that solitude does not mean disconnection, but sacred union with the divine energy that flows through all things. Through spiritual awakening, they come to see that their independence is not loneliness, but liberation. Their calm presence speaks louder than words because it carries the vibration of authenticity, peace, and depth. They move through life gently, with compassion and clarity, not needing to control or prove, simply being. And in that state of being, they embody what Jung called individuation, the full integration of self and spirit, the marriage between human experience and divine wisdom. To stand in one's own light without fear, to walk alone without feeling lost, to choose truth over acceptance, this is the essence of inner sovereignty. It is the highest form of spiritual maturity, where you no longer live to be understood, but to understand, no longer chase love, but become love itself. They have learned that power does not come from control, but from surrender. And peace is not the absence of noise, but the presence of awareness. In a world addicted to distraction, their stillness becomes revolutionary, a reminder that the soul's greatest strength lies not in having many around you, but in having yourself fully within you. 5. Introspection and self-awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Those who have few or no friends often embody this truth more deeply than most. They spend long periods in quiet reflection, exploring their inner world, rather than seeking constant distraction in external noise. This solitude becomes a sacred classroom where they begin to understand the language of their soul. In silence, they learn to observe their emotions, question their habits, and recognize the patterns that shape their thoughts and behaviors. Instead of resisting their loneliness, they transform it into self-awareness. And that self-awareness becomes the foundation of their spiritual development. They do not run from their shadows. They face them, integrating their fears, wounds, and hidden desires until they emerge more whole and self-possessed. When you live with fewer social ties, you have the space to listen deeply to yourself, to life, and to the subtle whispers of intuition. You begin to realize that every quiet moment carries a message, and that peace is not the absence of noise, but the presence of understanding. This is the essence of true spirituality, not a search for something outside of you, but a return to what has always been within. As you continue this path of introspection, you notice that your values shift. You no longer crave constant company or validation. You crave truth, depth, and resonance. You seek people who see beyond appearances and connect with your essence. And because such souls are rare, your circle naturally becomes smaller, but far more meaningful. This transformation is not always easy. The world often misunderstands solitude as sadness, mistaking introspection for isolation. Yet in truth, it is the opposite. In your stillness, you begin to discover strength and inner power that no one can give or take away. You develop emotional intelligence, empathy, and an ability to stay calm amidst chaos. You stop reacting impulsively and start responding with awareness. The more you know yourself, the less external chaos can disturb your inner peace. This quiet confidence radiates through your energy, changing how you experience life and how life responds to you. As your spiritual development deepens, you start to see solitude not as emptiness, but as richness. It becomes the soil in which wisdom grows. In this sacred silence, your creativity blossoms, your mind clears, and your intuition sharpens. You no longer chase after belonging because you have already found it within yourself. You realize that real companionship begins when you are no longer afraid of being alone. Each silent moment becomes a mirror reflecting your growth. Each breath a reminder that peace was never outside. It was always waiting for you to return home to yourself. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on how deep introspection and self-awareness can transform loneliness into profound spiritual growth and inner peace. 6. Spiritual growth through individualization. The process of individuation, as described by Carl Jung, is not a path for the faint of heart. It is the courageous act of breaking away from the collective to discover the truth of who you are beneath all the noise, expectations, and illusions of the world. Those who often walk alone are not antisocial or broken. They are souls undergoing one of life's most sacred transformations. They are choosing depth over comfort, authenticity over conformity, and silence over superficial noise. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that is precisely what solitude allows space for the self to unfold without interference. In the quiet, you begin to meet your real self, stripped of performance and pretense. You realize that being alone is not loneliness. It is a holy space where your soul speaks in a voice the world cannot hear. In solitude, the spiritual awakening begins to take root. You start to see that the absence of people is not a loss, but a clearing and opening that invites divine truth to enter. What feels like emptiness is actually expansion. What feels like detachment is purification. As you walk further into silence, your inner voice grows stronger. You begin to confront your shadows, those hidden aspects of your psyche that you once feared. Jung called this the process of integrating the unconscious, and through it, you reclaim your wholeness. You learn that healing is not about becoming someone new, but remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. The solitude that once felt heavy now becomes your teacher, your mirror, and your sacred ground for transformation. People with no friends often carry this rare kind of depth, because they have spent time exploring the inner world that most avoid. They understand the weight of their emotions, the beauty of stillness, and the power of silence. They are not impressed by appearances or empty validation. They crave truth, meaning, and alignment. They find companionship in books, in art, in nature, and in their connection with the divine. Henry David Thoreau once said, "I never found a companion that was so companionable as solitude," and that wisdom echoes through every soul that walks alone, yet feels deeply connected to everything. As this journey unfolds, you start to see that solitude is not a punishment, but a purification. The more you detach from external noise, the clearer your inner guidance becomes. You develop emotional strength, energetic balance, and spiritual independence. You no longer chase love, you attract it. You no longer seek belonging, you embody it. You no longer fear solitude, you thrive in it. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. Realizing that wholeness is not found in others, but remembered within yourself. Through solitude, you align with your higher self and begin to live from a place of authenticity and quiet power. You understand that being misunderstood by others is a small price to pay for being understood by your own soul. And so, walking alone becomes not a burden, but a sacred initiation into a deeper, freer, and more conscious version of life itself. 7. Calm presence and energetic strength. They carry an energy that feels like peace in human form. Calm, grounded, and quietly powerful. This presence is not built overnight. It's the result of years spent in solitude, listening rather than escaping, observing rather than reacting. While most people run from silence to drown their thoughts in noise, these individuals step into it to understand themselves more deeply. They have learned that solitude is not loneliness, but a sacred space where the soul reorders itself. It is there, in stillness, that they discover clarity, a knowing that does not shout, but whispers truth. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Their spiritual awakening is not dramatic. It's subtle, steady, and profound, like the rising sun illuminating everything it touches. They don't need to control the world because they've learned to master their inner state. When chaos surrounds them, they remain centered, moving with intention instead of impulse. In every situation, their energy speaks before their words do. It's the kind of serenity that softens tension, quiets anger, and reminds others of their own capacity for peace. This comes from a place of deep self-knowledge, a spirituality that has been lived, not just learned. They understand that to be calm is not to be passive. It is to be rooted, unshaken by external storms. Like the surface of a still lake, their mind reflects the world with accuracy because the waters within are no longer disturbed. They've faced their own darkness, accepted their imperfections, and turned wounds into wisdom. The solitude that once felt like exile became their initiation, a rite of passage into awareness. While others fill the void with distractions, they allow emptiness to speak, and through that silence, they find depth. Their peace is not naive. It's forged through pain, patience, and honest introspection. You can sense their order in the midst of disorder, how they move deliberately, speak sparingly, and radiate understanding without needing to convince anyone. Jung once said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." And that truth lives within them. Their quiet strength comes from knowing that life cannot always be controlled, but can always be understood. They have mastered the art of detachment without indifference, staying compassionate without losing themselves. This is the essence of spiritual maturity, to carry both light and shadow without being consumed by either. Their energy does not seek validation, it simply is. And when you stand close to them, your breathing slows, your mind settles, and for a moment, you remember what peace feels like. Such people remind us that real strength doesn't roar, it hums. It's not about dominance, but presence, the silent confidence that comes from alignment with truth. Their calm is contagious because it's authentic, and their spirituality is visible not through ritual, but through how they live, how they listen, how they love. They embody the balance between softness and power, between surrender and self-control. They teach us that peace is not the absence of noise, but the ability to remain whole within it. Their lives whisper a message the world desperately needs to hear: that stillness is not stagnation, and solitude is not emptiness. It is where the soul breathes, expands, and awakens. In that sacred quiet, they find themselves, and through them, others remember how to find their way back to themselves too. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 8. Wisdom earned in silence. Rather than chasing status, popularity, or external validation, people with few or no friends value meaning, growth, and emotional depth. They don't measure life by how many people surround them, but by how deeply they understand themselves. Their wisdom is born not from noise, but from silence, the kind that reveals what words often hide. When they sit alone, they're not escaping the world. They're studying it from within. In solitude, they listen to the quiet voice of their soul, where clarity replaces confusion and spirituality becomes a living experience, not just an idea. This stillness sharpens their awareness, allowing them to see what others overlook. It's in these silent hours that they discover who they truly are and what truly matters. They've learned that the courage to face oneself is far rarer than the ability to entertain others. Many people hide behind relationships, afraid of the mirror that solitude holds up. But those who embrace it walk into their own shadows and find light there. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." These individuals have awakened to the truth that real growth happens when you stop performing for the world and start listening to your inner teacher. Every wound becomes wisdom. Every setback, a sacred initiation into deeper understanding. Through their isolation, they refine the art of emotional alchemy, turning pain into purpose, confusion into clarity, and loneliness into spiritual development. They don't see solitude as emptiness, but as a sanctuary. While others chase constant stimulation, they find power in stillness. They know that wisdom doesn't grow in crowds, it grows in quiet reflection. In their company, there's an unspoken calm, a vibration of depth that makes others feel seen without words. Their spirituality is not about rituals or appearances, but about alignment, living with integrity, compassion, and awareness. They've discovered that peace doesn't come from external harmony, but from internal balance, from the acceptance of both light and shadow within themselves. In that acceptance lies liberation. These rare souls understand that silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of self. They see through superficiality and are drawn to authenticity, truth, and essence. They've stopped seeking approval and started seeking meaning. Their lives move with intention rather than impulse, purpose rather than performance. When they speak, their words carry weight because they come from reflection, not reaction. Their depth intimidates some and inspires others, for they are mirrors of what most people are afraid to become whole, aware, and free. Their path is not easy, but it is sacred. Every moment alone becomes a step deeper into their awakening. They are living proof that solitude, when embraced, becomes a bridge to the divine, a place where one's heart learns to rest in truth. Their silence is not empty. It's full of life, wisdom, and quiet power. In a world addicted to noise, they remind us that stillness is not isolation, it's evolution. And the ones who master it become the quiet architects of spiritual awakening, carrying a kind of depth that only the brave ever reach. In the end, solitude isn't a flaw. It's often the sacred space where your deepest transformation begins. People with no friends aren't empty. They're full of unseen worlds, quiet wisdom, and a rare kind of depth that only silence can reveal. Remember, your journey inward is not isolation, it's initiation. If this message spoke to your soul, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos on self-discovery and spiritual awakening. Quantum manifestation isn't what you've been told. Carl Jung's hidden truth about creation. Reality is not merely what you see, it's what you believe. Carl Jung once said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. In today's video, quantum manifestation isn't what you've been told. Carl Jung's hidden truth about creation. We're diving deep into what true creation really means beyond wishful thinking. It's not about forcing the universe to give you what you want. It's about aligning your vibration, your beliefs, and your inner energy with the reality you wish to experience. So as you listen, I want you to reflect. Are you creating from fear or from faith? Comment below with, I create from my higher self, if you're ready to manifest consciously and live from a place of spiritual wisdom. 1. The illusion of time and effort. Traditional manifestation techniques, visualizing, scripting, and affirming, have long been seen as sacred rituals for creating the life we desire. Yet few realize that these very practices often reinforce separation rather than unity. When you visualize something as coming, you subtly declare that it is not yet here. When you affirm, I will receive, you unknowingly affirm lack. In truth, the universe does not respond to your words or your waiting. It responds to your alignment. The quantum field does not operate within the boundaries of time and effort. It flows through the timeless language of coherence, resonance, and energetic truth. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, you begin to see that reality is not something you chase, but something you harmonize with. The more you seek, the more you declare that you do not yet have. But when you embody what you desire, when your energy says, I am it, the universe mirrors that wholeness back to you effortlessly. Thinking that you must wait, strive, or earn your desires creates a vibration of absence. It's like standing before a mirror and expecting it to smile before you do. The quantum field, much like that mirror, reflects only what you are, not what you hope to become. When you vibrate with impatience or doubt, you create more waiting and more reasons to doubt. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." In the same way, the more you resist the present moment by believing fulfillment lies in the future, the more you expand the distance between who you are and what you want. Manifestation is not about pulling something out of thin air. It is about remembering that you and your desire are two sides of the same consciousness, separated only by belief. Every desire you hold already exists in another layer of reality. The quantum field is infinite, and every possibility already vibrates within it. You do not need to chase it. You only need to match its frequency. Coherence is the bridge between thought and form. When your heart and mind move in harmony, when your emotions and beliefs sing the same note, the field responds instantly. This is why alignment feels effortless. It's not about control, it's about surrender. The more you trust your inner coherence, the more time begins to dissolve, and manifestation becomes immediate, not because it suddenly appeared, but because you finally tuned in. Many people confuse effort with energy. They think repeating affirmations or spending countless hours visualizing will bend the universe to their will. But the universe bends only to authenticity. You cannot trick energy with words. You must feel it. The quantum field reads emotion, not language. When you feel whole, grateful, and connected, you send out the signal that you already have what you desire. And because the universe has no concept of waiting, it responds now. True manifestation is not about trying harder. It's about becoming quieter, quiet enough to hear your own vibration returning to you as reality. In the journey of spiritual awakening, you come to see that creation is not an act of effort, but of remembrance. You do not create abundance. You remember that abundance has always surrounded you. You do not manifest love. You awaken to the truth that love has never left you. The illusion of time collapses when you live from coherence, when you stop asking when and start embodying now. This is the hidden truth Carl Jung hinted at. The unconscious mind already holds every possibility, every version of you. When you bring that knowing into consciousness, fate transforms into choice, and creation becomes effortless. The quantum field is not testing your patience, it is waiting for your recognition. When you align with that recognition, the illusion of waiting ends, and reality begins to flow from within you, not to you. If you truly understand that time is an illusion and creation flows effortlessly from your consciousness. Then type below, I create beyond time. 2. Reality collapses through frequency, not force. Reality does not unfold gradually, it collapses in response to your frequency. This means you are not merely waiting for life to happen to you. You are continuously shaping it through the vibration you maintain. You don't attract reality, you select it. Every emotion you hold, every thought you repeat, is a form of communication with the quantum field. The universe listens not to your words, but to your energetic coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align in harmony, you stabilize a vibration so clear that reality collapses into form with speed and precision. This is why the more coherent your emotional frequency, the faster your intentions take shape. Your emotional state is the command center of creation. When your energy is scattered, when you oscillate between fear and faith, you send mixed signals to the field, and the collapse of potential into form becomes unstable. But when you hold a steady emotional tone, one of gratitude, love, clarity, or trust, you become a tuning fork, resonating with higher outcomes. You begin to notice how people respond differently, how opportunities flow more smoothly, and how the same world starts to mirror back a different version of itself. In this sense, spirituality is not about escaping reality. It is about refining your vibration so deeply that you start co-creating reality consciously rather than accidentally. The key to spiritual development lies in learning to hold coherence amid chaos. It's easy to feel aligned when things go your way, but mastery comes from maintaining emotional steadiness when external conditions test your faith. This is where energy meets discipline. Instead of reacting to fear or control, you practice attunement, breathing slowly, quieting your thoughts, and anchoring into the feeling of calm strength that already exists within you. The field does not respond to effort, it responds to frequency. The more you embody your desired state right now, the faster life reorganizes to reflect it. You can think of your inner world as a broadcasting station. Every thought, every emotion is a signal sent into the quantum sea. When your signal is filled with doubt or confusion, you tune yourself to experiences that reinforce that confusion. But when you consciously tune your frequency to clarity, abundance, or peace, life starts presenting circumstances that match it. Reality doesn't argue, it reflects. So, your true power lies not in forcing results, but in aligning your frequency with what you wish to experience. This is why pushing, striving, or trying to control outcomes only delays manifestation. Force disrupts the field. Coherence commands it. To live from this awareness, begin by observing your dominant vibration throughout the day. Before you act, pause and ask yourself, what signal am I sending right now? If your body feels tense or your thoughts spiral, you are out of sync. Use that moment to recalibrate, breathe deeply, soften your chest, and return to the vibration of faith or gratitude. Each time you do this, you strengthen your energetic consistency. Spirituality is not about perfection. It is about returning to alignment more quickly each time you lose it. Over time, this becomes your natural state, and creation becomes effortless. True manifestation, then, is not magic, it's physics. The quantum field mirrors the emotional frequency you live in, not the desires you merely think about. When your energy becomes coherent, you stop chasing and start allowing. Life begins to feel less like a struggle and more like a graceful unfolding of what was already yours. This is the essence of spiritual development, learning to stabilize your inner world so completely that the outer world has no choice but to align with it. Reality collapses through frequency, not force. And when you understand this, creation itself becomes an act of inner harmony. 3. Emotion is the true language of creation. Emotion is the true language of creation because the universe does not listen to words or thoughts. It listens to the vibration of how you feel. The quantum field, which is the invisible matrix connecting all things, does not react to your affirmations or mental wishes. It responds to your emotional frequency. Your emotion is the energetic voltage that powers your signal to creation. When you truly feel the emotion of already having your desire, when gratitude, love, and certainty rise within you, that vibration instantly collapses the distance between you and what you seek. In that moment, the reality you imagine aligns with your emotional state, and the universe rearranges itself to match the energy you are sending out. Carl Jung, whose work continues to inspire modern spiritual wisdom, understood that emotion is the bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind. He said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your emotions are the voice of the unconscious. They tell the universe what you truly believe beyond words. You can think positively all day, but if deep down you feel fear, doubt, or unworthiness, that is the signal you are transmitting. Emotion is the magnetic field that surrounds every thought, shaping how the quantum field interprets your reality. When you change how you feel, you change what you attract, because emotion transforms thought into energetic instruction. Imagine words as the design of your intention, but emotion as the electricity that brings that design to life. Without the emotional charge, your thoughts are just blueprints without energy to manifest. This is why spiritual wisdom emphasizes feeling over thinking. You can repeat, "I am abundant," 1,000 times, but if your heart feels lack, the universe receives the frequency of lack, not abundance. Only when you embody the emotion of abundance, when your body believes it's already true, does the quantum field respond and reflect that experience back to you. It is not about convincing the universe. It is about convincing your nervous system that your desire already exists. Carl Jung believed that suppressed emotions distort our energy and block the flow of creation. Unhealed pain, resentment, or guilt become static interference in your signal to the universe. To manifest consciously, you must clear the emotional noise by bringing awareness to what you feel and transforming it. This is why self-awareness and healing are vital in spiritual awakening. The energy of fear must be transmuted into trust. The emotion of lack must be replaced by gratitude, and resistance must give way to surrender. The moment your emotions harmonize with the frequency of what you desire, the universe begins to reorganize reality around your new vibration. Quantum manifestation is not about forcing or chasing outcomes. It is about becoming the emotional match to them. Everything is energy, and as Einstein once said, match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. The quantum field mirrors your emotional state. Your thoughts set direction, but your emotions provide the momentum. Creation is not linear. It is vibrational. You are constantly broadcasting your inner world into the outer world, whether you realize it or not. The more you feel joy, gratitude, and inner peace, the more you align with realities that contain those same frequencies. This is the hidden truth Carl Jung revealed through his study of the psyche. Emotion is the language through which the soul speaks to the universe, and when your inner world changes, your outer world must follow. Stay connected with our community of spiritual seekers by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the deeper layers of consciousness and uncover the truth behind creation through the lens of Carl Jung. 4. Embodiment over effort. The body is not just a vessel. It is the antenna of manifestation, the bridge between your consciousness and the quantum field of creation. In spirituality, every cell of your being vibrates with energy that communicates directly with the universe. When your mind envisions abundance, but your body still clings to fear, the signal becomes distorted, weak, and fragmented. You can't attract peace while your body holds tension, or summon love while your heart is armored by past wounds. True spiritual awakening begins when the body and mind are no longer in conflict, but move in harmony, sending out a pure frequency that mirrors what you wish to create. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." To make your desires real, you must bring them down from the realm of thought into the language of your nervous system, because the universe doesn't listen to words, it listens to energy. When you breathe deeply, walk with presence, and feel gratitude pulsing through your veins, you begin to broadcast a frequency of alignment. The body becomes the living proof of belief, the physical echo of your inner knowing. Every breath you take is a conversation with creation. Every movement you make either strengthens or weakens the signal you send out. That's why manifestation isn't about effort, it's about embodiment. You don't fake it until you make it. You feel it until it becomes real. You allow your nervous system to register safety, joy, abundance, and love as your natural state. The more your body feels what your mind imagines, the more real it becomes in the quantum field. You are not trying to attract something external. You are becoming the vibration of that thing within yourself. In spirituality, everything is frequency. If your body vibrates in fear, you'll meet fear. If it vibrates in love, you'll meet love. This is why spiritual awakening is not about escaping your body to reach higher dimensions. It's about descending into your body to embody the divine fully. When you are aware of how you breathe, how you stand, how your heart beats when you think of your dreams, you begin to shape reality from the inside out. You stop chasing. You start embodying. You no longer visualize abundance as a future event. You breathe it now. You move with its confidence. You rest in its certainty. Carl Jung believed that wholeness is not achieved by rejecting parts of ourselves, but by integrating them. The same principle applies to manifestation. Integration creates magnetism. When your thoughts, emotions, and body are united in one vibration, the universe recognizes it as truth. The body becomes the sacred instrument through which creation plays its symphony. You don't command reality, you harmonize with it. In that harmony, everything you seek begins to seek you, because you have become its living reflection. That is the secret behind true manifestation. Not effort, not repetition, but embodiment, the art of feeling it until your very being sings in tune with the universe. 5. reverse manifesting, and the pull of the future. You are not truly walking toward your future. The future is already collapsing into you. It is not a destination somewhere ahead, but a frequency waiting for your alignment. When your vibration rises to match that higher version of yourself, life stops feeling like a chase. Instead, it becomes a pull, an effortless attraction toward what already belongs to you. The universe moves faster than thought, and the moment your inner energy resonates with your desired reality, it begins to draw you in like gravity. This is not imagination. It is the quantum rhythm of creation that Carl Jung hinted at through his exploration of synchronicity, the mysterious way in which outer events mirror the hidden structure of the inner world. Spirituality teaches that your future self is not a stranger, but an expanded version of your consciousness, gently calling you home. This alignment cannot be forced through excitement or constant striving. Peace is what opens the door. Stillness, not movement, is what creates real speed. The moment your mind softens into silence, your energy field becomes coherent enough to communicate with the deeper intelligence of existence. The universe is not impressed by noise. It responds to frequency. That is why spiritual development is not about chasing success, wealth, or recognition, but about becoming still enough to hear the subtle vibration of your true path. You manifest not by doing more, but by being in harmony with what you already are. This harmony doesn't come from wishful thinking. It comes from inner clarity, from quiet confidence that what is meant for you cannot miss you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In quantum manifestation, that means the moment you bring awareness to the patterns hidden within your subconscious mind, you stop repeating the same future over and over again. The unseen forces of thought, emotion, and belief collapse into the visible field of matter through attention. The more conscious you become, the faster your reality rearranges itself to match your frequency. This is why spirituality and spiritual development require self-awareness. It is not the mind that manifests, but the consciousness behind it. The paradox is that surrender, not effort, accelerates creation. When you let go of chasing outcomes, you allow the magnetic current of destiny to pull you forward. What used to feel like resistance dissolves, and synchronicities appear where struggle once existed. In that state of inner peace, your energy no longer sends mixed signals to the universe. You stop trying to control the unfolding and start trusting the divine intelligence guiding it. The stiller you become, the faster everything moves, because now you are not opposing the flow. You are part of it. The lesson is timeless. The future is not out there waiting for you to catch it. It is already encoded within your being, waiting for you to remember. When you stop running, breathe deeply, and align your heart with the serenity of faith, the reality you long for begins to unfold naturally. The universe doesn't respond to your hurry. It responds to your harmony. Do you feel the pull of your future calling you? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I trust the universe is guiding me toward my destiny. 6. The paradox of acceleration. The paradox of acceleration reveals one of the most profound truths of spiritual wisdom. The harder you chase something, the further it slips away, and the more you try to force reality, the slower it responds. This is not merely philosophy, it's energetic law. When you chase, your frequency vibrates from lack, not creation. You are telling the universe, I don't have it, and that vibration keeps it out of reach. As Carl Jung said, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. The more you struggle, the more resistance you build, and that resistance becomes the very wall between you and what you desire. The secret is not in acceleration, but in surrender, because surrender is not weakness, it is resonance. When you release control and fall into presence, you align with the frequency of coherence, and what once seemed distant begins to move towards you effortlessly. Coherence, not motion, is what collapses possibilities into form. When your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are scattered, the signal you send into the quantum field is distorted. You cannot manifest clarity from confusion or harmony from chaos. But when you align the heart and the mind into one rhythm, when your inner world hums in unity, creation responds instantly. The universe mirrors coherence because coherence is order, and order is the language of reality. You do not need to chase energy when you are the energy. Manifestation, in its truest form, is not an act of doing, it is an act of being. Carl Jung understood this through his exploration of the unconscious. He taught that the unconscious shapes our outer life until we bring it into awareness. Until you make the unconscious conscious, he said, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This means that the act of manifestation is not about attracting something new. It is about remembering who you already are. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the universe responds not to your words, but to your frequency. When you embody coherence, your entire being becomes a magnet for synchronicity. The external world reorganizes itself to reflect your inner state, and life begins to unfold with effortless precision. Surrender, then, is not giving up. It is giving in to the flow of existence. You stop trying to manipulate outcomes and begin to trust the rhythm of the universe. Presence becomes your fastest vehicle. Awareness becomes your bridge between thought and reality. The paradox is that stillness creates movement, and acceptance births change. When you stop grasping, you make space for grace. Your energy stops fighting against itself and begins to attract with ease. This is mastery, not the mastery of control, but the mastery of vibration. True quantum manifestation happens when your inner and outer worlds become one coherent field of awareness. It is not about forcing, proving, or rushing. It is about resonating, aligning, and allowing. You move not through effort, but through frequency. You realize that creation is not something you chase. It is something you tune into. The more you let go, the faster it comes. The less you control, the more you create. The path of spiritual wisdom, as Carl Jung hinted, is not in chasing light, but in becoming light itself. Not in seeking alignment, but in remembering that you already are the frequency the universe recognizes as truth. 7. The collapse moment. The collapse moment is not an ending. It is the quiet merging of desire and belief. The instant when your vibration no longer argues with your dream. In that moment, what you seek stops being something you chase and becomes something you naturally allow. Reality, obedient to your inner harmony, rearranges itself without struggle, like the universe taking a deep breath and exhaling alignment into your life. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." Resistance is the tension between who you think you are and what your soul knows you're meant to experience. When that resistance dissolves, the far becomes near, the impossible becomes obvious, and the unseen takes form in front of you. This is not magic. It's the physics of spirituality, the natural law of a mind that has stopped contradicting its own creation. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack filled with fear, doubt, and old stories about why you cannot have what you want. Every step feels slow. Every goal seems miles away. But the moment you put that backpack down, when you stop defending your limitations, you realize the destination was always right beside you. The collapse moment is the dropping of that weight. It is the energetic click when your nervous system, thoughts, and soul all whisper the same truth. I am ready now. Reality rushes to meet you, not because it has changed, but because you finally have. In spirituality, this collapse represents the beginning of a new identity. It's not the universe changing its mind about you. It's you aligning your mind with the truth the universe has held all along. You are no longer vibrating at separation, but at unity. The moment your belief and desire become one frequency, your external world must echo that shift. Suddenly, people respond differently. Doors open easily, and synchronicities multiply. These are not coincidences. They are reflections of coherence, proof that your inner and outer realities are now dancing to the same rhythm. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that the unconscious governs most of our lives until we bring it to light. The collapse moment is that illumination, the second you stop unconsciously pushing against your own intentions. It's the heart realizing that surrender is the highest form of control. To reach this, you do not need to try harder. You need to relax deeper. Notice where you say you believe in abundance, but still prepare for lack. Where you ask for love, but secretly fear rejection. Where you pray for peace, but nurture inner conflict. These are the vibrations that split your signal to the universe. And when you heal them, when you allow your thoughts, emotions, and identity to speak the same language, you create a resonance so pure that life can only respond with precision. The collapse moment is not about doing more, but about becoming still enough to feel the alignment that was always available. It is the alchemy of thought, emotion, and energy converging into form. When you reach this space, manifestation stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like remembering. You begin to understand that the universe was never testing you, it was tuning you. And each collapse is an initiation into higher awareness, a spiritual awakening that reveals how reality bends around belief. Every new level of consciousness invites another collapse, another timeline aligning with your highest potential. So when the next wave of resistance comes, greet it as a sign that another collapse is near. Breathe into it, honor it, and remind yourself that the universe is not withholding it, is organizing. The moment you stop contradicting your desire is the moment creation completes itself. Collapse is not destruction. It is birth. It is your soul crossing into a new dimension of truth, where what once felt far finally feels like home. To honor the power of your own awakening, take a moment to affirm it. Comment below, "I rise through the collapse," to remind yourself and others that every breakdown is simply the doorway to a greater breakthrough. 8. Integration and stabilization. After the collapse of your old self, when everything you once identified with falls apart, the real process of spirituality begins. Integration is not about becoming something new, but about living as the version of yourself who already has what you've desired consistently, calmly, and confidently. This is the stage where your spiritual development deepens, because it's no longer about visualizing or hoping, but about maintaining coherence and unshakable inner alignment between what you believe, how you feel, and the way you act. Without this coherence, the new timeline you've created can't hold. You may glimpse moments of transformation, but they'll fade unless your energy becomes stable enough to sustain them. To integrate is to stabilize your chosen frequency, to live in harmony with the vibration of what you've already called forth. You are not chasing the manifestation, you are remembering it. You are reuniting with the truth that you already carry the frequency of abundance, love, and peace within your own being. Carl Jung spoke of the sacred union between the conscious and the unconscious, the moment when your inner world and your outer reality merge into one. That's what true manifestation really is. It's not about reaching outward, but allowing the deeper self, the one who already knows, to guide the direction of your life effortlessly. In this stage, you stop reacting to life from fear, doubt, or impatience. You start responding from calm awareness. You no longer question whether it's working. You simply know. Coherence becomes your strength, your invisible power. Even when the outer world still reflects fragments of your old vibration, you hold your new frequency with quiet confidence. You trust the process because you understand that energy always precedes form. As your vibration stabilizes, your nervous system adjusts, your thoughts become clearer, and your emotions begin to reflect a deeper peace. That peace itself becomes the proof that your manifestation is real. Every time you choose stability over chaos, trust over panic, faith over resistance, you anchor your new reality more deeply. You realize that creation is not about effort or struggle. It's about remembrance. You are remembering your divine nature, the part of you that already exists beyond time and space. Manifestation, in its purest form, is not a pursuit, but a return to energetic truth. And so, each time you act, speak, and think from the version of you who already has it, you reinforce the coherence that keeps your new timeline alive. Integration is not a single event. It's a way of being. It is the daily decision to align with your higher self, even when it feels uncomfortable or uncertain. It is the practice of holding your energy steady while the old dissolves. Through that steadiness, you master the art of spiritual development and the ability to remain centered no matter what life presents. And in that stillness, your new world is born, not through force, but through resonance, because what matches your frequency cannot help but find its way to you. In the end, quantum manifestation is not about forcing the universe to obey your will. It's about aligning your inner frequency with divine order. As Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The true act of creation begins when your thoughts, emotions, and soul are in harmony with the greater intelligence of life itself. If this message from spiritual wisdom inspired you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next deep dive into the mysteries of consciousness and creation. when home becomes a sanctuary. The psychology of staying in, explained by Carl Jung. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart, Carl Jung once said, reminding us that the spaces we choose, especially our homes, reflect the deepest parts of our inner world. In today's video, when home becomes a sanctuary, the psychology of staying in, we'll explore why some people feel most alive, most grounded, and most themselves when they are in the quiet comfort of their own space. On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive into the deeper meaning behind everyday behaviors. And today, you'll discover how staying at home can be a powerful form of self-connection, emotional healing, and spiritual growth. Before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Do you feel more energized at home or outside? And why? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story might inspire someone who feels the same way. 1. Inner peace over outer noise. People who prefer staying at home are not avoiding life. They are choosing the kind of peace that the outside world often cannot give them. Because for souls with rich inner lives, silence is not emptiness, but nourishment. Their calm nature reflects a depth that is easy to misunderstand. And while society teaches that being constantly active, social, and visible is the sign of a meaningful life, Carl Jung reminds us that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens, meaning that some of the most profound growth happens in solitude, where the mind finally has the space to breathe. For these individuals, home becomes a sanctuary, not because they fear the world, but because stillness allows them to hear themselves clearly. It allows them to feel more grounded, more alive, and more connected to their intuition. And this internal connection is a powerful doorway to spirituality and spiritual awakening. They thrive in quiet environments because noise drains them, chaos distracts them, and constant stimulation forces them away from their true emotional rhythm. So the choice to stay in is actually a choice to protect their energy. This preference is rooted in discernment, not avoidance, because the inner world of a sensitive, intuitive person often carries layers of thoughts, reflections, and emotions that need space to unfold, and home provides the safest environment for that unfolding. When they sit in silence, they do not feel lonely. They feel aligned, and in that alignment, they are able to process experiences, understand themselves, and reconnect with parts of their soul that get ignored in the busyness of daily life. Their home becomes the space where the psyche reorganizes itself, where their nervous system resets, and where clarity rises naturally without force. Jung often described the inner chamber of the psyche as a sacred place. And for many people, staying in is simply the act of returning to that chamber. They may spend time reading, reflecting, creating, or simply existing quietly. But every moment spent in stillness becomes a way to strengthen their emotional foundation. As they embrace this lifestyle, they begin to notice that they function best when their environment is peaceful, intentional, and free from unnecessary noise, because chaos disrupts their focus and drains their emotional energy. Home gives them the rare gift of uninterrupted presence. It becomes the place where they access their intuition, where insights come without effort, and where their spiritual wisdom sharpens. For them, stillness is not passive. It is active healing. It is where they recognize their wounds, understand their patterns, and listen to the subtle messages of their unconscious mind. Through this process, they develop a stronger sense of self, a clearer emotional identity, and a deeper trust in their own inner guidance, all of which are essential parts of spiritual awakening. By choosing inner peace over outer noise, they are not stepping away from life. They are stepping closer to their truth. Solitude becomes the bridge between who they are and who they are becoming, and home becomes the sacred space where transformation is not something forced, but something that naturally unfolds, breath by breath, moment by moment. 2. Rich inner world and self-presence. When you prefer staying home, it is not because you lack excitement or drive, but because your inner world is already full, vivid, and alive in ways most people never fully understand. You carry within you a stream of quiet images, thoughts, and emotions that feel as real and nourishing as anything found outside. And this is what psychologists describe as a high internal self-presence, a state where your deepest satisfaction comes from inner experiences rather than external stimulation. You may find joy in the smallest details: a gentle breeze through your window, the sound of rain touching the roof, or the warmth of a drink resting in your hands. And these moments feel meaningful because you are deeply anchored in yourself. You live with a mind that does not need constant noise to feel awake, because your reflections, your observations, and your private moments hold a richness that many people overlook. When you sit in silence, your thoughts do not scare you. Instead, they guide you, comfort you, or help you understand your emotions on a deeper level. This is why home becomes more than four walls. It becomes a sanctuary where your heart can breathe, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where your soul naturally leans into healing, clarity, and spiritual development. Because your mind is active and sensitive, you find beauty in little things that others pass by without noticing. A ray of sunlight on the floor, the softness of a blanket, or the quiet hum of a familiar room can bring you a surprising sense of peace. These small moments reflect something important about you. You do not need big experiences to feel alive. Your inner world gives you meaning, and the gentle presence of your own thoughts brings a comfort that crowds, parties, or constant movement cannot match. You are someone who feels deeply, thinks deeply, and connects deeply, and the quiet of home gives your depth the room it needs to flourish. This way of living is not isolation, it is alignment. You are aligned with your natural rhythm, and you understand that your energy renews itself best when you are alone or in peaceful environments. Your intuition becomes clearer, your emotional awareness becomes sharper, and your sense of self becomes stronger. In this space, spirituality grows effortlessly because stillness allows your inner voice to rise. Here, you recognize your truth without outside pressure, and you learn to trust your inner cues, gradually shaping a more grounded, aware version of yourself. So when you choose home over noise, connection over distraction, depth over chaos, you are actually practicing a form of self-preservation and self-respect. Your inner world becomes your teacher. Your emotions become your compass. Your small joys become the reminders that life does not need to be loud to be meaningful. And as you remain present with yourself in these simple moments, you continue walking the quiet but powerful path of spiritual development, one that strengthens your clarity, deepens your emotional intelligence, and nurtures the sanctuary that has always lived within you. If this message about finding sanctuary within your own inner world speaks to you, repeat after me. My home is my sanctuary, and my inner world is my greatest source of peace. 3. Solitude as strength, not isolation. Solitude is not an escape from the world, but a return to yourself. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds you that the quiet space within your own mind is where your deepest transformation begins. When you choose solitude intentionally, you step into a state of awareness that loneliness can never offer, because loneliness is the feeling of being disconnected, while solitude is the act of reconnecting with your inner truth. And this difference matters more than people realize. In solitude, you are not hiding. You are listening to your emotions, your intuition, and the subtle signals your life has been trying to send you for years. Jung believed that the inner world is richer and more alive than most people ever dare to explore. And when you allow yourself to sit in silence, you begin to feel that richness rising inside you, guiding you back to a sense of wholeness you may have forgotten. As the philosopher Blaise Pascal once said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. And when you finally learn to do this, you discover that what felt like isolation was actually a doorway to clarity, strength, and emotional renewal. And the more time you spend in this intentional solitude, the more you realize that your home becomes a sanctuary, not because of the walls that protect you, but because of the inner atmosphere you cultivate there. When you stay in by choice, you create a space where your thoughts can land softly, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where you can breathe in ways the noisy outside world rarely allows. This private space becomes the ground where you process old memories, heal old wounds, and explore the parts of yourself that were overlooked when life moved too fast. In solitude, you have the freedom to think deeply, feel honestly, and understand yourself in ways that crowded rooms and loud conversations often prevent. You start to see patterns in your behavior, motivations behind your reactions, and truths that were drowned out by distractions. Solitude becomes the teacher, your home becomes the classroom, and your inner world becomes the subject you finally have the courage to study. And as you move deeper into this sanctuary of stillness, you begin to notice a shift within your emotional landscape. Feelings you once avoided become easier to face because there is no pressure to perform for anyone else. Thoughts you once ignored become clearer because nothing is competing for your attention. Your nervous system begins to settle. Your breathing becomes slower, and your intuition grows louder, almost as if the universe has been waiting for you to slow down long enough to hear what it has been trying to say. This is the moment when solitude turns into strength, when being alone no longer feels like being empty, but being full. You become more connected, not less. More grounded, not isolated. More aware, not withdrawn. And this is why so many spiritually awakened individuals feel safest, most alive, and most aligned when they are alone with themselves. They are not avoiding the world, they are preparing for it, rebuilding their inner foundation, and refining the wisdom they carry inside. In this sense, choosing solitude is not a retreat, but an awakening, a return to your inner sanctuary, where your true voice becomes clear, and your true self finally feels seen. 4. emotionally intelligent, and highly empathetic. Choosing to stay home is often misunderstood, yet for emotionally intelligent and highly empathetic individuals, it is a natural response to a world that moves too loudly and too quickly. Studies show that homebodies often score high in creativity, empathy, and emotional intelligence. And this sensitivity becomes a kind of inner compass that guides them toward environments where their energy is protected rather than drained. Their ability to sense subtle shifts in tone, mood, or body language comes from years of observing the world quietly, not from a distance of fear, but from a depth of awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart." And this truth explains why those who cherish the safety of home often understand people more deeply than those constantly surrounded by noise. Their calm environment is not an escape, but a lens that sharpens their intuition, helping them recognize emotional patterns that others overlook. Because they feel so deeply, their inner world becomes a sacred landscape where spirituality and spiritual awakening naturally unfold. While others may seek stimulation or external validation, these individuals are more drawn to introspection, reflection, and emotional clarity. Home becomes the place where they can interpret their feelings, cleanse their energy, and reset their nervous system, allowing them to show up in the world with greater kindness and emotional stability. Their sensitivity is not a weakness. It is a form of wisdom that grows stronger in stillness. They prefer the gentle rhythms of their own space, reading, journaling, creating, or simply sitting in peaceful silence, because these activities help them listen to the whispers of their own soul. This inner listening is the foundation of spiritual awakening, the moment when you stop chasing noise and begin hearing the truth that arises from within. Their emotional intelligence deepens further because their home is where they learn to feel without being overwhelmed, to observe without judgment, and to process without interruption. They often notice micro-expressions that last only a fraction of a second. The quick flicker of sadness in someone's eyes, the tension hidden behind a smile, or the exhaustion beneath someone's voice. These subtle cues reveal the emotional world of others, and while most people overlook them, the homebody notices, absorbs, and understands. This ability makes them exceptional listeners and compassionate friends, even if they are not always the most social. As the world demands constant performance, their choice to remain grounded in their own space becomes an act of emotional self-preservation. They are not hiding from life. They are preparing themselves to face it more effectively, more thoughtfully, and more authentically. By honoring their need for solitude, they avoid emotional burnout and regain clarity. Through quiet moments, they find the strength to make better decisions, form healthier boundaries, and maintain greater emotional balance. Their sanctuary at home becomes the anchor that keeps their spirit steady amid the chaos of daily life. For these individuals, staying in is not about avoiding the world, but about engaging with it from a place of wholeness. Their inner world is rich, nuanced, and deeply alive, and every moment spent at home is a moment of alignment with their truth. This is how spirituality begins to flourish through awareness, peace, and the courage to choose what nourishes the soul. If this message resonates with your empathetic and emotionally intelligent nature, comment below. I honor the sanctuary within me. And if you're ready to deepen your journey of inner peace and spiritual wisdom, make sure to like this video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss what's coming next. 5. Sensitivity, energy management, and trust. People who love staying in are often deeply sensitive to the world around them. And if you feel this way, it is not because you are fragile, but because your inner system works differently. Loud noise, chaotic spaces, or unpredictable emotions do not just annoy you. They drain you on a level most people never experience, and your nervous system instinctively seeks peace the way a tired heart seeks rest. This desire to stay home is not rooted in fear or avoidance, but in conscious emotional energy management, a quiet understanding that your well-being matters more than forcing yourself into environments that overwhelm you. Your home naturally becomes the protective shell where your mind softens, your emotions settle, and your energy reorganizes itself after being stretched thin by the demands of the outside world. In this space, you do not have to perform, adjust, or pretend. You simply return to yourself, and this return is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly unfold. Carl Jung often emphasized that the soul speaks in subtle movements, and when you stay in, you finally have the silence needed to hear those inner messages that get drowned out in crowds. As you choose stillness over stimulation, you deepen the relationship between your conscious mind and your unconscious wisdom, allowing clarity, intuition, and emotional insight to surface naturally. The world may tell you that solitude is weakness, or that staying home is laziness, but deep down, you know the truth. Your sensitivity is not a flaw to be fixed, but a compass guiding you toward environments that honor your inner balance. Each moment of quiet strengthens your ability to sense what feels right and what drains your spirit. And every time you choose peace, you reinforce a powerful message to yourself. My energy is valuable, and I am allowed to protect it. This is why your home feels like a sanctuary, not a hiding place. It is where your nervous system resets, where your emotional boundaries rebuild, and where your deepest self steps forward without needing permission. And the more you embrace this, the more you learn that solitude is not the absence of life, but the presence of alignment. Through this gentle rhythm of withdrawing and replenishing, you begin to understand yourself on a deeper level, that your quiet nature comes with its own strength, that your sensitivity allows you to see, feel, and understand what others overlook, and that choosing rest is not stepping back from the world, but stepping closer to your true center. So when you feel the urge to stay in, trust it. It is your inner guidance telling you that peace is your natural environment, clarity is your birthright, and your soul grows strongest in spaces where you can hear yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the insights that support your spiritual awakening. Comment below. I trust my inner energy and protect my peace. 6. Misunderstood but deeply authentic. When society calls you antisocial or lazy for loving the comfort of your home, it misunderstands something deeply authentic about you, because your desire to stay in is not a retreat from life, but a return to yourself, a choice rooted in spiritual wisdom and the inner truths that Carl Jung spent his life trying to explain. You are not avoiding people. You are avoiding shallowness, those empty exchanges, forced smiles, and surface-level interactions that leave your spirit feeling drained. You crave depth, sincerity, and connection that feels alive. And because the world rarely offers that, home becomes the place where your soul can breathe. As Jung once said, loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter to you. And this is why you often feel more whole in your own space than in a crowded room. Home is where you can finally drop the masks, let your energy settle, and allow your mind and heart to realign with what feels true. Instead of chasing applause, validation, or constant stimulation, you choose to invest in the quiet work that others cannot see, healing old wounds, listening to your intuition, nurturing your inner world, and building a life that feels rooted instead of performed. While many people try to impress the outside world, you are cultivating something far more meaningful on the inside: clarity, emotional honesty, and spiritual grounding. Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. And every moment you spend at home reading, reflecting, journaling, praying, meditating, or simply existing in peace is a moment of awakening that strengthens who you are becoming. You are intentional about the people you let into your life because you value loyalty over popularity, honesty over entertainment, and depth over noise. You would rather have one genuine friend than 100 shallow connections, and your home reflects that same selectiveness. It is a sanctuary shaped by comfort, meaning, and the quiet beauty of being fully yourself. In this space, your nervous system relaxes, your thoughts expand, and your spirit feels free to grow without pressure. This is often where your best ideas appear, where emotional clarity arrives, and where you rediscover parts of yourself that the outside world makes you forget. Loving your home does not mean you fear the world. It means you are wise enough to protect your energy, your peace, and your inner truth. And while others may never understand this part of you, you are learning that not everyone is meant to. Because choosing home, choosing depth, and choosing yourself is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that you are living with intention, awakening with courage, and honoring the inner sanctuary where your real transformation begins. 7. Home is a sanctuary for growth and self-love. Home becomes a sacred sanctuary when you finally recognize that the quiet moments you spend inside your own walls are not signs of withdrawal, but signs of deep emotional wisdom, because every part of you is allowed to exist without judgment, without pressure, and without the constant need to perform for the world. In this private space, you are free to return to your true self, and the small routines you repeat each day slowly evolve into rituals of restoration that support your spirituality and spiritual awakening. Carl Jung often emphasized that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that journey begins in places where you feel safe enough to let your inner world speak. So home naturally turns into a silent companion that helps you confront what you feel, understand what you need, and rebuild the parts of you that life has worn thin. As you settle into this space, the ordinary becomes meaningful. The cup of warm tea you make each morning becomes a grounding ritual. The candle you light at night becomes a moment of soft reflection. And even the way you arrange your surroundings becomes a quiet declaration that you are worthy of comfort and care. These simple acts are not stagnant habits. They are intentional offerings to yourself, gentle reminders that healing does not always require dramatic change, but often begins with the smallest expressions of self-love. Home becomes a mirror that shows your authentic emotional landscape, the exhaustion you have been hiding, the dreams you have ignored, the thoughts you have postponed, and the truths you have been afraid to say out loud. Within these walls, you can finally be honest, and honesty becomes the foundation for deeper inner growth. As this inner honesty expands, the home transforms into something like a personal temple where silence becomes your medicine and stillness becomes your teacher. Jung believed that a person's inner universe can only reveal itself when the external noise quiets, and home is the one place where this revelation becomes possible. Here, your nervous system softens, your mind slows, and your emotions settle into clarity. You begin hearing the subtle voice of intuition that gets lost in the world's noise. You reconnect with forgotten parts of yourself, the part that longs for peace, the part that seeks meaning, the part that remembers who you were before the world told you who to be. This is where spiritual awakening often takes root, not through grand events, but through these slow, consistent moments of being fully present with yourself. Over time, the energy of your home grows with you, reflecting your healing and your evolution. The space that once felt like a refuge from chaos becomes a place of intentional transformation. The solitude that once felt like retreat becomes preparation. What looks like staying in is actually stepping inward to gather strength before stepping outward again with more confidence, clarity, and emotional maturity. This is why choosing to stay home is not a sign of avoidance. It is a conscious act of reclaiming your energy, your inner stability, and your sense of direction. As you nurture this sanctuary, you realize that home is not simply where you rest. It is where your soul learns, heals, and rises into a more aligned and empowered version of yourself. If you're still here with me, comment, "My home is my sanctuary," below. Your voice helps us grow this space of wisdom and self-love. And if this message resonates with you, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content like this. In the end, when home becomes a sanctuary, it reflects a deeper truth Carl Jung often emphasized. The outer world mirrors the state of the inner world. Choosing to stay in isn't always isolation. It can be a powerful act of grounding, healing, and reconnecting with your authentic self. If today's message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming reflections on psychology, spirituality, and the inner journey.